everybody. Whew. I'm not gonna lie, today has only gotten progressively more crazy over here. My nose is like trying to mutiny, causing my sinuses to explode, causing my migraine to explode, making me definitely want to curl up and hide in a ball somewhere. But alas, we're going to push on for as long as we really think that we can get away with it this evening. Because we are Samus and we need XP, right? That's my plan. Let's just play catch up here. Looks like we have one action point remaining. We did just get our Memory of Flight, which was something that we were really hunting. I never got put on my bar. And then our next point will go up here in Resilience. And then after that, I don't actually know where we're going to do. Could go up this tree some more. I mean, this is not great, but more saving throws are good. We could be taking saving throws over here. Up this tree. I was worried about that. We're going to be doing Charisma out of here. We could grab Charisma from here. Or Strength from here even. Let's see, we could be grabbing... We could be picking up some extra attacks, I guess. It's not the worst thing that could happen to us. Obviously some extra amp, some extra movement speed. I actually really do like the idea that we could start using our bird attack some, even if we're not using it a ton, like as an extra trip or an extra ability to make things vulnerable. I mean, again, I don't know how these things would play out post level 20, but that's not really my problem right now, right? Like, it's close, I suppose. Alright, we have 35 minutes there. It looks like we don't have our Sharn teleport item on us, so let's grab it really quickly. Sorry, you're probably going to hear a lot of sniffling tonight. I'll probably end up muting a lot for sneezes or blowing my nose. And there's just not a lot I can do about that. It has decided to be a beast. I actually got about a period when I was laying down correctly. I had about half an hour or so where everything kind of had settled and wasn't a problem. But I could have stayed there a little longer, but then we wouldn't have got the stream going. So sacrifices are being made for the stream as usual. Alright, let's... Yeah, I just cannot find the thing that I'm looking for at all, can I? There it is. That's the ticket. Let's get this drug down here. Alright, we are going to... I guess the tavern. Tavern's the place. We have to choose between the second part of the Sharn quest or something else in general here. I just don't remember if these... I think this continues to be level 15. Guess we'll look and find out. Because Sharn, the cogs are 16. Yeah, these are also 16. So I kind of like to hold off on that then. Let's look at our quest log here. What else we kind of have in the 15s that we have ready to go? We have the missing chain. Oh, I'm a little liar. Cogs are 15. So yeah, let's go do the cogs. Should we pop over and do Lost at Sea also at some point? Probably. Alright, let's start the cogs then. Now, if the event that someone reaches out to us this evening and they're like, hey Sam, I'm doing this high XP thing. This JavaBot went to join, we might reconsider our plan for the evening. However, Tobrel is out of town. Should be on his way to town. If any, you'll have to be more correct, most accurate. So I don't know who would try to pull us in, but I'm not saying it's out of the question, I guess is what I'm saying. If I'm saying anything at all. Alright, let's ride Pony Ride. Still not a master at getting around the cogs the way that I probably should be by now. But
the lift went down and down for what seemed like forever.
we will make it happen.
When it finally stopped, I was deep underground. There I was, with 1,000 others ready to report for work in the cogs. I didn't know much about the cogs then. I'd always heard about Sharn's famous.
Alright, so a lot of these quests are actually very easy to do, and some of them are very hard. So, I don't know what... I haven't done a melee in a really long time on these kind of quests. So, if ever. So I'm not really sure what we're going to be walking into play-wise in these quests here.
You followed the trail of red crystals deep into the ruins. The path opens up into a larger chamber, and the sound of voices drifts in into your head.
Those two archers can live as far as I'm concerned, if I remember right. Oh yeah, that's pretty glorious.
Harsh, disturbing chants can be heard through the sealed metal door.
Really, the things that I have been having trouble with as I've leveled up this paladin here have almost entirely been Reapers and really weird champs. So that's what I want to keep an eye out here for. Good morning, Cotton King. How you doing today, buddy? Hope you are having a good evening. Pretty good. You're 100 Reaper away from your first Reaper enhancement thanks to the helpful group. Nice. Yeah, this is like the time, right, to like get in and get a bunch of stuff done. These buddy bonus experience weekends, full groups are 25% experience, and raid groups are I don't know, 55% experience. I mean, they're raid groups, so it's not like you can do everything, but still 55% experience is pretty good. Alright, we do have a Carnage Reaper. We have also a Fear Reaper. So, I need to keep a close eye on things here. Let's start moving back. We're gonna need some healing here. You're flagged for Vaughn right now, but it's hard to fight a team. Yeah, if you can, like Vaughn, I don't know if there'll be a Vaughn group up today, but Vaughn would be an insane pickup for you for sure. And don't forget, there is a Vaughn video up on my channel if you are curious about what's going on in there. Just want to keep moving against this guy. I don't want him to get an opportunity to really get in on us here. I know that he can do his fire thing at pretty much any time, and it can be real bad. There we go.
Shocked voices cry out throughout the cavern. The cult is destroyed, and the city is now.
Again, when we three-man the epic version, the difference between the epic version and the heroic version are not that far off. This is a great cloak to have. I know I have one, but I guess now I have a spare. Or was that? What was the epic experience for that? 650 experience. Yeah, it's nice. It's real nice. All right, let's take a look and see if we are in fact streaming on. We are. Looks like we are streaming on Facebook this evening. Sweet. All right, now we're going over here. All right, I know which quest we're heading to now. My nose. Okay, we're heading to the horseshoe. Oh, poor beggar. Feel bad. Feel bad for not kicking him any dough, but he works in a perfectly good salvage yard. He'd sell all sorts of scrap. Yeah, yes, okay.
A small fighting ring. It seems to be closed. The ring is quiet, and the stand is bare. A small knot of people stands near a pile of crumpled corpses.
Oh, you know what? We should probably talk to the guy that says, "Talk to me before you start the quest so you can get experience." I'm ready. Can we get up here before they fall down? Oh, none of these guys should be evil, right? Ooh, they are evil. How are these evil?
Hello, Akra.
Hey, what's up, man?
Jay, nothing much, brother.
So that the fights in the arena may continue.
Did you find any peace today?
Not yet, but the doctor said basically it was like the sister had it like that many days ago, and like all of us aren't showing any symptoms, like anything, nothing at all. Except for my niece freaking out all day because she's been playing basketball, 100 free throws, 500 threes, 100 layups. She's all coming in like, oh, I got a fever, I think. I'm like, you've been playing basketball and it's 90 degrees outside. Of course you're hot, you know? I don't blame her though. If I was 12 years old, I'd take that, you know? And like my life's great and I'm like focused and then all of a sudden that could happen. I think I think she's handled it pretty well for, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I know.
This is the source of the zombie invasion.
So we all got 2 tests. So we got 6 tests total today. Two for each of us. So we'll know by, he said he'll give us a call between 7 and 9. They'll have it in. I'm like, okay.
Again, I would not worry about it, especially the young ones. They're again practically no risk. Not actually no risk, but practically.
Got this new mouse and this damn cursor's hella fast. I gotta turn down now. I turn down to 1 and see if it's better. Yeah, that's a lot better. It was going way too fast.
Good evening, Wood. You feel free to lurk if you need to. I tried to take a nap, but I probably got maybe between 30 minutes and 40 minutes of sleep this afternoon. If I'm lucky. I don't think it was that long. I laid down. I tried to lay down twice. First time, I don't even think I got to lay down for 5 minutes before my nose and my head just were like, no, you gotta get up. And then, so I gotta lay down for, the alarm said 55 minutes total, so, but I certainly didn't get any rest, really, to speak of. But, yeah, I don't know, man. The weather comes out of nowhere and just kicks me right in the teeth.
Yeah, back the seasons change. I get like a cold or whatever for a few days, you know what I'm saying? Like now it's starting to get hot again, so I've had the sniffles and stuff, but...
Yeah, I get... Usually about the day before a storm comes in, I can tell, because my head starts to hurt really bad, which was bothering me yesterday. And then, usually when the storm actually arrives, my nose just goes berserk.
Okay.
And that is what's going on right now. When my nose gets bad, obviously that agitates the pressure in my head, which, you know, is already high, so those help trigger.
Got a couple of DDO questions. So I was watching your stream from a couple of days ago, when it was Trebron while you guys were on. I think you were like 11th level, turned in 12th.
Okay.
Right. Okay. So I was watching you use your weapons. I was like, you're using that SOS. I have one. I'm like, I don't know why it's great. It's just adamantite. I'm like, I don't know what it does. My macabre greatsword looks way better. It seems like it does more damage. So I was like, stop it. I was pausing your stream and seeing the damage you're doing with one or the other. I'm like, dude, the macabre does so much more damage. Why does he keep using the other one for? I was adding them up. I was like, man, this was like 365. The short shadow was like 235. I'm like, this one's here's like, it's got acid and all these things. I'm like, okay, I was just trying to figure out why.
Okay.
Because I have tons of adamantite weapons. I've adamantite short swords and
Sure.
stuff. I'm like, okay, what's
It
going
has
on?
nothing to do with it being adamantine. But
Okay.
when you look at their crit profile, the Sword of Shadows has a base critical profile of like, I think it's 17 to 20,
Okay,
right?
those ones are 18 to 20?
and it's times 3. And the other ones
Okay.
are 18 to 20 times 2.
Okay.
So then you take improved critical, right? And once you have improved critical, then it starts going off on a 15 to 20. Okay? And then you get something like Holy Sword. I gotta move. For that guy.
It's kind of like the bards when they get all their stuff. Like use the hand axe for a bard, it gets like times 7 at one point. It's like that. That's what you're talking about, like that.
Well, the critical, yeah, the range gets really long. So like right now, I think I crit on a 14 plus, and because my multiplier goes up an extra 1. So now
What sword is that deal? I can't remember which one it was.
huh?
Is it Holy Sword or Zeal that adds the extra?
Yeah, Holy Sword. I'm pretty sure Zeal's just
Oh.
attack rate. Double
Okay.
strike. So now that I'm doing like 14 to 20 times 4 damage, right? Not only does my damage, like, that's more than double on a critical, but also the criticals go off, I don't know, whatever 14 over 12 is. But that's like whatever the number difference, right? So 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So 7 over 7/20ths of the time the crit goes off, which means like every time you crit, you're doing twice as much base damage, right? And because you crit so much, that damage will turn out to be a head over time. And then you start putting in things like your seeker items. Seeker items start doing quad extra damage. So seeker gets added to your crit, right?
I have a +5 Seeker item. I never use it. So I'm like, okay, I didn't really.
Right, but then because every time I crit, that means it would go off. I would get an extra 20 points of damage every time that goes off. Well, at level 11, I didn't necessarily have room to squeeze in my big seeker item, right? But now at level 15, I actually switched to the Ring of the Stalker. I think that my other Ring of the Stalker, I might have realized it at level 12. But
I have like a 10th level one or 11th level one on my other server. My old main server I used to play on like religiously, like 6 days a week. I have
Right.
a couple of those that we made.
Yeah,
Ring of the Power, I think I have too.
And the Ring of the Stalker is 9. So if every time, I need to do this the other way around. Every time I crit, I'm doing basically an extra 40 points of damage with the Sword of Shadows that we would not be doing with the Barovian sword. So if I'm fighting monsters that can be critted, right, then I want to be using the weapon that does all the big crits. Like you may notice, even here on Reaper 3, I'm still hitting for like 600 points of damage on crits.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, a couple 751, 630. Yeah, I was like, okay. But then I see like right now, like there you go. You're doing all kinds of extra damage right now with that. Yeah, there you go. See, is that the Black Talon Razor? What it's called?
Yeah,
that
it's the Echo Black Razor.
one. Yeah, I have one of those.
and
That's
the-
what my Stork has. I love that weapon.
Yeah, but see how this is it's very close to if you were to look at it, it's very similar to a Sword of Shadows. It's got an extended critical profile of 16 to 20. It's times 3. But the thing is that
Slots
this
on
thing,
there you can use.
yeah, it's got some things. The difference is this has already got Keen, so it'll never get better. Where, I mean, it can get the Zeal or the Holy Sword cast on it, but it'll never get crazy. Where the Sword of Shadow, it's base, so it'll grow based off of the other stuff you have going on.
What's the epic one look like? I've never seen that before. Do you have an epic
An
one?
Epic Sword of Shadows? I don't have an Epic Sword of
Yeah.
Shadows.
I remember they were hard to get. I don't remember how I got mine. Was it like a?
You have to do the raid on Epic, and you have to get the sword, the shield, and the scroll. The scroll
Can you-
and the seal are pretty easy to come by, but the shard of the old Epic stuff was really hard.
I knew there was something that was like crazy. Like I remember we could never get it. Like someone got it one time, and it was in our. We had all of our guild playing, but we had like 4 slots. And some guy was in there, and we put in the post to chat, like, hey, we're looking for this thing for somebody. The dude got it, took it, and then bounced out of the group. I was like, what the F is that?
Well, the Sword of Shadows is one of those things that it is so insanely powerful that
But you don't do that. I mean, if I join a raid and I see on their thing that they're all talking like, hey, raid, this is what we're looking for. If we find it, pass it, blah, blah. I would pass it. I
I
would pass
start
it.
to
'Cause
disagree. I start to disagree.
That's what they're
unless
doing. I was looking at time just to do the raid to get some XP. So I was close to 30 or 20. I think it was 20 something back then before it was 30. And so this is their group. They invited me to their group. I wanted to join the group. I was like,
Sure.
okay, that's fine. That's what they were doing. That's what they were going for. That's what they're doing.
Yeah, the thing is that I have a real hard problem with people thinking that the stuff that comes out of the chest can be theirs. Like, it drops in my name, it's mine. I can do with it what I want. I can be generous enough to pass it to the person who says they're looking for it, or I can keep it. Because we all work together to complete the quest. That was the goal that we signed up for. Now,
We did it right before this, our same group. We had open spots,
sure.
and like, hey, we'll just fill the group. It wasn't like, you know. Now, if I went in the group and no one said anything, go, hey guys, I'm looking for this, you know. I know that guild that when I was playing with back then, they would have been like, not a problem, man. We'll pass it. We find it. You know what I'm
Sure.
saying?
But again, you're talking about something in particular that has especially back then, that has an extremely low drop rate. You're talking like sub 1%, and something that is like sought on by pretty much at least every person on the server wanted one. So like,
But when you agree to pass it,
oh,
and then
that's
you
a different
bounce to do
story.
it, that's what I'm saying. He knew, and he said, okay, not a problem. He got it, took it, and then fucking bounced. We're like,
Well,
oh, what the hell?
Then the consequences become that person gets banned by your group and his reputation
we
is
did.
tarnished.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like, I really feel like you shouldn't put those kind of restrictions on people's stuff because it's theirs. They worked for it just as much as you guys did. Even if someone's like, oh yeah, man, like we did everything. I carried the quest. If it wasn't for me, the quest wouldn't have completed. And then the guy took like the thing, the hard to come by thing dropped in his name, and I took it. It's like, well, it's his.
I mean, you let your bro of us do a quest, and you're like, man, I'm looking for whatever, something. They're gonna pen something like circle it. If I got it, I pass it. I don't even think about keeping it. I pass it because
Sure.
you're looking, you need it.
Sure, but I'm not a random person. You know,
I understand, but I just think there's
up-
etiquette. That's all I'm saying.
No, I don't necessarily disagree. Again, it depends on what you're doing, like what you're playing for. But you can't, in my opinion, especially something when it is as hard feeling, because people have really hard feelings on things like loot and raid loot in particular. If you let that butt hurt you, then that's on you, because it's like that guy came in also looking for loot. You know, I had a guy, I've told this story 1,000 times. I had a guy, did a raid, we all did together, and somebody put up an item, a hard to come by item, and went, hey man, this is for roll. I win the roll, I get the item. I'm like, hell yeah, I got this item. I take my headset, I'm talking to my wife, I'm like really excited, like this thing is amazing. It's the best thing for me, like that's going on or whatever. And then he like, this whole time this guy was sitting there bad mouthing me because I had the audacity to roll on the item that he should have gotten. I'm just like, man, that's those things. It didn't drop in your name. It's not yours. It dropped in the person who decided to put it up for roll, and they didn't put any limitations on it or restrictions on it. Like, all right,
Yeah, we've done it before. So
only
it's items
melees or
for
only
roll.
paladins or only whatever. Like, so I rolled on it. It was mine. I wanted it. I was glad to have it. It's mine. You know, but people get really butthurt over loot. Because it's one of the few things that transfers around and can go to different people. So
Yeah, I was trying to get a hold of the upgrade for the wolf whistle, and we tried for months. Every Saturday and Sunday, we would all just run the Dreaming Queen. I think is that right? Is that where it comes
Yeah.
out of? Right? Okay. Yeah, good memory. And finally, one of our guild members got it and passed it to me because they're looking for so long. You know.
and
There you go.
and again, you're talking about a difference between someone who you have a connection with and somebody who like joined an LFM. Now,
Yeah, well,
if it
but we
was-
had to
if it
guild
was
every
that
we would
important-
run it, and we'd always had regulars that weren't in our guild that always ran it with us. They knew every time we ran it, and they were
Yeah.
always pretty cool. We never
And
had
those-
problems with it.
and those are friendly people that you have developed a relationship with. That's all well and good, but you can't expect a person who doesn't know you from Adam to like give up his thing just because you're like, oh yeah, man, we told him that we wanted that. It's like, he doesn't know you from Adam. It's his. It dropped in his name. It's his to do with what he wants. He can keep it, where he can be like, hey man, you guys said you were looking for this, it's yours. Like, it's his call. It's his loot to decide with what he wants. And people start going and saying things like, oh man, we told him that we wanted that. Like, that's not okay. That's not okay. In my book. Other people's it is.
But when you agree to pass it, before the raid starts, and then you stake it, that's different, you know what I mean?
I disagree. I also feel like if people putting restrictions on that, like if I joined a group right now and someone's like, hey man, by the way, we all agreed to pass this really powerful item to so and so. Like, oh, I'm not. So have a good day.
Yeah, that's what I would do. Like, oh, I'm looking for that too. So okay, never mind.
No,
but
even if I'm not looking for it, because people feel entitled. I have been in groups in the past, and I'm not going to mention this particular person's name or anything, but this guy had all the top gear, and the reason why is because he had friends that would run raids for him, and they would blackball people. Like, look, man, we all agreed to give this loot to so and so. So, like, you better give it to him, or otherwise you'll never get to play with us again. And those people were dicks. That to me is a sign. That is a sign that you're an asshole. Not doing that.
That's definitely an asshole. That's 1,000,000% asshole. Hell yeah.
It's like and if someone came like, oh, yeah, look, man, we all agreed that we're passing this to the guy. No, it's my loot to do with what I want. If I want to pass it to him, then I'll pass it to him. But if I choose not to and you hold that against me, that's up to you. But it's mine. It dropped in my name. DDO Gods decided to give it to me to do with what I will. You could say, hey man, that's the item I'm looking for. If you're not going to use it, can I get it, or we put it up for roll or whatever? I do that stuff all the time. But the difference is, it's mine, and I have the ability to make that decision. If you try to demand my loot, I will not play with you again. Like, that is just kind of how I feel about it. But
yeah, I'm not that kind of person. I would never be like, hey, here you go, take it. It's not a big deal.
But again, that's kind of what happened in this story. Is like, you're still mad at this
game.
guy.
It's not like you're winning. Like, oh, we won the raid. You got the best item. DDO's gonna give you $500. It's not like it's playing for money. It's like
no, but it kind of feels that way when you have your Sword of Shadow, your epic Sword. I don't have one. I've been playing for, like I said, almost the game's entire history. My account says 2006 on it. Like 14 years.
Yeah, I'm 2010 when I started.
Yeah, so like, I don't have it. I don't have that.
I just have the regular one. I just have the rock you're using. That's all I have.
Yeah, and I was like, oh, Java probably has one, because.
How come they make some loot bound to character and some loot bound to account? Why don't they just make it bound to account?
Well, the reason why they did the older style was to encourage people to play more characters, because you couldn't really do things.
Yeah, if you're a pure fighter, you a lot of quests you can't really do because there's so many traps, and so you're gonna get whacked. Like, I have that time all the time. I'll play a pure fighter or something. I go somewhere, I know there's traps around, and I get just demolished. It's like, this sucks.
Some of that, but more along the lines of like, the raids were on a 3-day timer, so they didn't have raid bypass timers then. That was something that I kind of pitched the director of DDO one day over a dinner when I was in Boston, and a few months later they came to be. It's like, all right, cool.
Why don't you work for them?
I tried. They didn't hire me.
Wow, really?
Yep.
Boston's a great city. I love Boston. It's a great city. It's a fucking bad. I love that city.
I don't think I've ever heard you say anything bad about any of the places you've ever been.
It's true. No. I'll tell you one place I really don't like, and I only go there if I have to, is New York City, because there's no one's happy there. My first time ever going there, I was 16, and we were doing football, and I had a couple people that were looking at scholarships when I graduated the following year, right? So Hofstra was one of them, Columbia, so I had to go to New York City, right? Oh my god, man! I get off the plane, I got a fake ID. I want to go to the little bar. I'm like, hey, I'm from California, everybody. And there's like 8 people in this little bar, and I go, I want to buy everybody a drink. So the bartender, everybody, nobody took the fucking drink. I'm like, what the hell is this? I'm like, what? Am I doing something wrong? The guy's like, no, it's just. And the guy was from the bartender's from Florida. He's like, they don't like out of town people that too much. I'm like, whatever. So I go on my recruiting trip to Hofstra. Nice campus. I wasn't gonna go there because I was there for a whole week. And on Monday it rained. Wednesday it was like 100 degrees of humidity. And Friday it snowed. I'm like, there's no way I'm done with this kind of shit. You know what I'm saying? Traffic was horrible. The rats are big as dogs.
Welcome to the
But
Northeast.
But I remember asking this guy for the time because back then I just had a pager, and my pager had no service on it because I wasn't in California. That's when they were like that. They weren't national. And the dude told me to get a fucking watch. I'm like, dude, you know what? I told the guy, so, you know, if you're in LA and you ask me that, I'd be like, hey, dude, it's 10 o'clock. It's time to get drunk and find some chicks, go to the beach. That's what we do. Or all my friends do. I would never tell somebody from out of town that shit. I just got shit and shit and shit. I'm like, there's no way. So when I have to do music and work, I kind of go. But I just don't really do anything. I just do what I gotta do and I come back. So that's the one place
There's a massive difference.
I don't get that. I don't understand why people are like that. I'm like, what is your deal to be in that? And I met people, dude, that had never been to New Jersey. It's across the freaking George Washington Bridge. It's literally like going from Oakland, California to San Francisco. It's like, how do you not go there? It's a 2-mile bridge. You can see that there's part, and you never lived your whole life. I just don't get it. It just makes no sense.
It's a
Like,
big difference between living on top of each other and being spread out. Like, New York City is filled with people who are miserable because they're literally living on top of each other. Like, the population of New York City was something. Like, we looked at the stuff in Kansas.
It's like
today.
like 15 million people live there now.
Yeah, and they're all living in like a, what is it, 2x2 square mile or something like that. Like, it's insane.
So here, ready for this. So at one point, I kind of almost had to move because I was gonna get a job offer, and so I said, okay. So the guy I knew at Sony that kind of got me into business said, hey, they're looking for this music director. It pays like $300K a year. I put your name in. They saw your qualifications. They want to talk to you in a few weeks. I was like, well, I gotta go to Boston anyway, so then I'll just head down to New York. I'll look for some apartments, some places. Oh my god, like 900, like 700 square foot, and your window is like against like a dirty ass wall, or like someone else's window held it closed. It was like a studio. It wasn't like an apartment studio. It was like $3,300 a month in Greenwich Village.
Yeah.
I'm like, dude, I can rent like a nice little condo in like Malibu on the beach or Santa Barbara, or or Newport Beach for that much. And it's like a 3-bedroom. I was like, you gotta be kidding me, dude. You're tripping. Just fucking tripping. I met 2 people I like there, and both of them now live in California. They don't even live there anymore.
Yeah.
So I just, you know, I loved Nashville when I lived there. I loved Seattle. I loved Daytona Beach. Atlanta was cool, but not in the summer. It was way too humidity was horrible. Biloxi, Mississippi. I lived there for a year. That was amazing. They had the cool little riverboat gambling casinos on the water. On the water. Yeah. I was in Manhattan, Kansas for 2 months, and I had a good time there. You know, so I was in your state. You know what I mean? But New York, no fucking way, dude. Tripping. Nope. Sorry, can't. If they would have came to that job and said we'll pay you $100,000 more to come, $400,000, nope, can't. Because I'm not gonna get on that subway and take the subway. If the subway ride to where the office was and where I was wanting to get a place at, it was like an hour and 10-minute train ride with like 30 stops. So I did that next day. I actually did the route, how long it would take, and other people. I'm like, oh my god, it's crammed in there. People coughing all over the place. I'm like, there's no way I'm getting stuck on this box, a train, for this long every day. You know what I mean? Nope. Sorry. They can have it.
Okay.
Sorry, that's my New York City rant.
No, it's fine. So, the company I monitor the Facebook for, the arena here in Salina, they just posted like 2 weird posts.
Is it hacked or something?
I don't think so. Apparently there's some sort of like joke with them that I'm assuming some sort of sports joke that I don't understand. Just somebody just like posted like, I don't get it, and then they posted on the next weird picture like, oh, this makes sense, like your first post makes sense now. So I have a feeling that I'm missing some sort of like joke.
Gotcha.
So I was thinking that at first, but then like I said, they started coming back in. I don't know. Like I said, there are a lot of things around the world that, as a smaller town Kansas guy, even though I read or understand or whatever, I don't really understand. There's a lot of decisions that people make out there that I just don't get. Like, why you want to live on top of each other? Why you know, why you would cheat on your wife? Why you would, you know, steal?
I know, man. It's just.
But you know what? I'm like, oh, you know what? I'm not perfect. You know.
I say that all the time. Like when I was single, I was always hooking up with different girls all the time that I knew or I met or I known or whatever. And people just give me shit all the time. I'm like, dude, I'm not married. I don't have a girlfriend. Why are you giving me shit? I'm not doing anything wrong.
But
You know, it's like,
oh,
it's-
we're not gonna make that. Let's turn around. These guys are gonna make me kill him.
yeah, but that New York stuff, man, I couldn't do it.
But
The one place I saw there was pretty nice. One of the guys that worked at the Sony there in New York, we went to his place. It was like a nice loft, like tall wall. There was like an old warehouse building, and they constructed inside and have like these big apartments, but they were like lofts, like movie Miss Mirror movie, Big. They had that
Yeah.
nice townhouse with a big loft, like that kind of. It's like one of those kind of things.
well, they definitely
but it-
exist. It's just they're $3 million or.
And then I asked the guy, because his brother worked for a movie company that helps movie people. I said, how much would it cost if I had to buy furniture to get it? Because the place I was looking at was like on the 18th floor. It's like, oh, it'd be like $1,000 easy, because you have to use a swing, and have to have this big crane, have to open your big window. And I'm like, what? He goes, yeah, because the elevator's too small in that old building to bring all this stuff up. I'm like, you're. So how do people? Yeah, I was like, whatever, man. He was just gonna be adding up to more and more and more and more and more stuff to move, and it was gonna be like, I'm gonna be in this little box. All my music equipment and all. Like, no, sorry, can't. No way. I'll just stay in California, where I got my boats. I can go fishing. I can do all these things. But there, I was like, well, I can't do that.
Hard at work in this wing. Instead, I see an old woman pacing
But everybody just seemed bitter. Like everybody was like in a rush to be miserable.
Well, also keep in mind, the culture over there is one of, you know, they talk about it, the New York attitude. You know what I mean? Like people
fucking
like to
true.
give Trump a hard time because, but he's like, no, that's New Yorkers. That's how New Yorkers talk. That's how New Yorkers do things. And I'm just like, yeah, I don't like it. Like that's not what I'm.
It's even like people that are from New York, Adam Sandler and those guys. They've been in California for like since they were like 19, 20 years old. They left that New York shit there, and they're not like that. There's people that are. I met Adam Sandler like 3-4 times. He would never think he's from New York. He is cool as shit. He's funny as shit. Jimmy Kimmel, hella funny. Nice guys.
I'm sorry, babe. What?
Walmart closes at 8:30.
I knew that they changed their hours,
Well, me too, but 8:30.
but they should change again
And
tomorrow.
we parked at the one end of the store, and they closed that door at 8. Although we definitely were there before 8.
Well, governors
we
have
were
gone
in that
cray
store
cray.
for like 15 minutes, but at the 15 minutes they were like, "Is your 15-minute warning? Start getting the hell out of
Hello,
here."
Sam's wife.
Really? Anyway, here's some almonds and
Thank
some,
you.
some tissues.
The low sodium.
I
What
don't
the
know.
hell? What's wrong with you?
It's not low sodium, is it? Oh, it's lightly sodium.
You know I need the sodium on
You
this.
don't need all that salt
There's
anyways.
some
You don't need that
fucking-
salt.
I thought it said
Incorrect.
Salted.
That's
It
fine.
says salted. Okay, fine.
It'll be fine.
I've
Thank
got
you.
8 things about wipes, so.
Okay, good call.
And I also ordered some. Okay, wipes. They're not flushable ones that should be here tomorrow. So we'll have plenty of wipes in.
All right, good call.
Hold on,
Right.
Sam.
Love you. You want to say
Fresh
hi to
buds
B
in our
Love?
house.
You want to say hi to B Love?
Hi.
Okay, he was.
Fresh buds in our house. Alright, Sean bud.
On dark.
Okay.
Well, that's too bright.
Hello, everybody. Here we go. Here's my mama's Facebook. She wants the new Facebook. Here we go. There you go. It's
Ah,
new. Homes here, all this kind of stuff. There we go.
I don't know, man. Like I said, the New York attitude's a thing. It's a thing.
Yeah, this came on. I go, it wasn't
For
there
sure.
yesterday. It's brand new.
I need some hit points.
Yeah, my mom came up a week ago, so she's been staying in the guest house.
So yeah, I was gonna
Yeah.
text you the other day, but then you started texting me your situation. I wanted to tell you after that conversation the other day that a lot of new numbers have come out, and they're now saying it's even harder to catch than they thought, and the survival rate's like way higher than they thought, and all this really positive stuff, and you're like, I gotta go test it now. We think we got it. I'm like, oh my god.
Here's a question for you. Okay. So I'm Republican, but a lot of things I'm kind of like neutral, right? I'm just kind of like on that.
Sure.
Okay. My sister's like Democratic, right? She's a lesbian, whatever, all that stuff. It's not a big deal. But I tell her, like, I voted for Gavin Newsom, our governor. He's Democrat, because I thought he had better things to do than my Republican candidate, which was, he's crooked and I never liked him ever. But my sister's like, oh, I'll always vote Democrat no matter what. I'm like, that doesn't seem right to me.
No, it's not.
I said, if a Republican had 20 things that you loved, your Democrat had all shit you hated, she goes, I'd still vote for the Democrat. I'm like, why? That makes no fucking sense.
Because it's...
So all she does is watch CNN, MSNBC, and I said, you can't come in my room when she was there visiting last week and tell me all this shit about how Trump's doing all this stuff. And I flip on the other channel, and it's all opposite. And so you gotta look at all sides, you know.
So it happens to a lot of people, right?
I get that.
Tribalism is a thing. And it's alive and well in the United States and our politics. And part of what happens is sides are very good at not trying to win the argument with ideas. They're trying to win the arguments by demonizing the other group.
And I hate that. When I watch presidential debates and they're like, he did this, he did that, I'm always at the TV going, I don't give a fuck what you guys did. What are you going to do for me?
Well,
what are you going to do for us now?
So...
I hate that shit. I hate it so much. I sometimes don't want to watch that
So
shit.
the past is relevant, right? That's a pattern. Doesn't matter who it is. Now, it's just like you can be like, look, this was my. I hate to use the come to Jesus moment because so many people get offended by that particular or that kind of language or that phrase. But it basically the light bulb goes off, and it's like, look, I was doing this terrible thing. And now I know it's wrong, and I don't want to do it anymore. So okay, so tell me your come to Jesus moment. Show me your light bulb. Show me, tell me, make me understand. Because if you did something bad, you know, you have a pattern now in my mind of doing the bad thing. I need to know that's part of your past. That's part of who you are. You need to be able to explain it. Like I did bad, terrible things in my past, like everybody. But you know, a lot of that stuff, I can almost point to the times that I changed my mind on some of these things. You know, I'm consistently, government's bad. I would like less government. I want the least amount of government I need to make sure that.
That's what I explained to my sister. I said, we don't want the government doing everything for us. Let our states and county. That's what we need to do. Is we're local.
But that is not how some of the things work. You can go and you can watch videos, and maybe you should. But like, there's a guy on YouTube, and he's a conservative that I watch a lot of. And I'm not a conservative, but I do like to watch both sides of all the things. I'm not a liberal.
You're independent, basically.
No, I'm a libertarian.
Oh, libertarian. That was the next guess. Okay, libertarian.
I'm a strong libertarian. I want the least amount of government possible, and I want it out of everybody's life as much as possible. Okay.
Quick question, just a side question, real quick. Do you ever think an independent or libertarian or will ever be a president, or does it have to be just one side or the other?
I think there'll be a time. Like,
it seems like they never get close. They never get enough votes. They never get enough to even get close. You know what I mean?
So, like, for example, I voted Gary Johnson in the last election, even though I knew the writing on the wall. I didn't think it was going to be, he had much.
That's your governor, right?
No. Was he a governor? I know his running mate was a governor. I don't remember if he was a governor.
That's what it was. A running mate. Okay, I think so. You're right. Yeah.
He probably was a governor. Most presidential candidates come from a gubernatorial background. But he was nailing it. He was like doing so good, and then that town got gassed. Now I can't think of the name of the town. In Syria.
You better get some heal. Oh, Damascus?
No, it wasn't that. It had
April. Starts with A-E. shit, I can't remember what it's called now.
Something like that.
I know what you're talking
And
about.
he got asked about it on one of the daily shows, right? He was like the guest star at Advance or whatever, and someone asked him about it, and he didn't know what was going on. He's like, I don't know what you're talking about, or something. He said something to the effect that made people realize that he had no idea what was going on in world affairs, which can be a good thing and can be a bad thing. Like he was really focused on domestic policy, but he had no idea what was going on in foreign policy. And I think that was the moment that really wrecked him. But he still managed to get like more than 5 million votes, which at least
But my problem with things is like this. Okay, my friend's dad, when we grew up, his dad was in the military, and he worked at Guantanamo Bay for like 20 years. And he always said, it's such a bad place. We always got shot out over by the walls. It was built in like the 30s, so it's like old, nothing new. It should never be around. It should be closed. So when Obama came out the first time and said, we got to close Guantanamo Bay, that's my first priority. So I was like, wow, that's a very good priority. I like that. I remember my friend's dad, how bad it was. He said, it's got to be horrible. Not a problem. So I voted. He didn't even attempt to close the fucking place.
no.
So that pisses me off. So don't tell me you're going to try to at least try it. If you said, we tried, we just can't, whatever, fine, I'm okay with that. But when you don't even try, and you got my vote, and you didn't even attempt, that makes me upset.
Yeah, well, keep in mind, and this is one of the, like I always say, there's a lot of things I dislike about Trump, and then I say there's things I do like about Trump. One of the major things I do like about Trump, and you guys are welcome to be mad or hate me or whatever, because there's some things I like about Trump. Whether you like the promises he makes or not, he has kept more of his campaign promises than anybody else that I can ever think of. You know what I mean? Like,
I tell my sister that, she's like, no, everything he says is lies. I'm like, oh my god.
And he does do an awful lot of compensating, whatever it is. The things where you say you misspeak or say misstruths.
And that's what happens. You have advisors that tell you something, so you go and tell the public, and you find out later that was wrong. So it's not like your fault, really. It's like you're bad advisors, so you fire them.
The thing about
She's like, he just fires everybody. She says, he just fires everybody. I said, you can fire them. They're not doing their job. You fire them.
Yeah, well, that's
deal.
a private business thing, right? Like you're supposed to do a thing and you get fired. No, Trump's problem is he gets advised or told things, it seems like, and then he wants to share that information, but like he doesn't have the right information. Like, so he's like working off a memory, right?
Exactly.
And you get like 10,000 things, and it's like you're trying to get the details. So, like, for example, the big one that comes to my mind, right, was a couple of, like, somewhere in the last few months. He talked about how fast bleach kills the virus on a surface. And he talked about how it'd be really nice if you could do something internally to kill the virus. And then he started talking about, like, putting light inside your body that kills the virus, and it's really good, and they want to test it and stuff. And the doctors are like, yeah, that's kind of not what we're talking about, but that is a procedure that we do, and it is used to kill viruses and whatnot, where you do actually use a process that puts UV light into the bloodstream, and it is a real thing. Like, it is a thing. And, like, which one of his 14 doctors told him that could be a thing? You know what I mean? Like,
That's
and then he went out there and he's like, blah, 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 or blah, blah, blah. It's like, right now, people are really mad that he's taken the hydroxychloroquine as a preventative measure. He's
He
like,
doesn't wear a mask.
He's
That's
like,
everything. He wants us to wear masks. You don't wear a mask. It's weird.
because mask is for keeping people from that. If you are sick, getting other people sick, not preventing you from being sick.
No, I say, but his aide was sick, or his driver, whoever got sick.
Yeah,
with
but
it.
he's
in contact with him,
he's
so it's
also
like
tested like all
every
the
day.
time.
Yeah.
He's constantly tested. And I imagine if he got sick, he'd wear a mask, because that is what he's been told what the mask is for. It's the same thing with Mike Pence when he was at one of the hospitals a few months ago, and he was told, he's like, look, you got the clean bill of health this week, Mr. Vice President. or yesterday or whatever it was, you don't have to wear a mask in here. He's like, cool, I don't have to wear a mask. Then I can smile at people. People can see my facial expressions. Like, that's awesome. And then people got so mad. They're like, oh, if I was the hospital, I would have kicked him out because he wasn't wearing a mask. Their policy says that all, essentially, employees have to wear a mask. I'm like, wow, Mike Pence got hired by the hospital because he, all employees have to wear a mask. They're like, that's not what that policy says. So I, like, literally quoted the policy to them, word for word, and I'm like, yeah, it's literally what it says. It doesn't say guests have to wear a mask. It doesn't say that patients or visitors or anything like that. Oh, well, he should have worn a mask anyway. And then 2 days later, he saw the public opinion and he put a mask on. It wasn't for him. It wasn't going to stop him from getting sick wearing a mask. It's to prevent other people from getting sick. If I got it, or there's a chance that I got it, or I don't know that I have it, I'd wear a mask.
See, I always wear my mask.
But I don't have it. I don't have it. You know how I know I don't have it? Because if I had it, Remington would have it, and Remington gets tested because he works with an old folks home.
Yeah.
So, like, it would be pretty apparent if I had it, which means I don't have to wear a mask because, yes, one step removed, I'm getting tested, but I don't have it. So me wearing a mask won't do anything except make me uncomfortable and irritate my head and my nose. So I'm just like, yeah, that doesn't do anything for me.
I tried to tell her also, I said, look, you know that the government can't tell us everything? Because if you tell us everything, you can create panic and create bad shit happening. As he imagine right now, let's just say Trump came on TV and goes, by the way, aliens are real. Here's a video, here's where they're from, let's say it was real, let's say they really, really were real. I don't know if they are or not, I really don't know.
I feel
A
like
lot of people will be freaking out.
You think?
You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
You
That's why
realize that literally 2 weeks ago, the Pentagon confirmed a series of UFO
I saw that
videos.
video. It was pretty cool. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like 4 different clips from 4 different military encounters, and they didn't take out the military personnel's audio.
Information. Yeah. Yep.
I'm pretty sure that's because Joe Rogan exposed those videos on his podcast, and they didn't have a lot of choice left in the matter. But they literally came out and said, "Oh yeah, these are things that we don't know," and no one cared.
I'm talking about no. Here's a video of us.
Homie.
Here's one of them now. We met them at NORAD 6 months ago. We finally got to talk to them. They're from this planet called whatever, and there's evidence, fake AI bullshit, real shit.
I mean, I think
A lot of people will lose their mind. These people have bunkers, pulling weapons, we're under attack. They're the ones that created the virus, so you can't just tell us everything because you'll create panic.
That kind of stuff, I disagree. I feel like you could probably put that kind of stuff out there. Things like active military procedures, stuff that puts people directly, and this is where I think a lot of people feel like the way you do is that would cause a panic and people could get hurt. People use that as an excuse for bullshit all the time. I'm not a fan of that. I feel like that kind of
You have to be
information.
responsible. Exactly.
Yeah, I feel like that's not an excuse not to tell people what's going on. I understand it, but
Dane tells you that
I
the
don't
last
find
student
that to be particularly valid most of the time.
security and brought to the holding cell.
But
You'll have to go
again,
through
I'm not the
this
person that
situation.
is sitting there with the bombshell of information, going, "Oh yeah, maybe."
See, someone like my cousin who's a weird Okie, he would go buy an old bus and go bury it underground and get 50mm fucking cannons. And everything he saw that he thought maybe an alien, because he think now they're real, and we know they're real, he would shoot at it.
Okay.
That's just what he would do.
Okay.
So that would create a bad
God
situation.
bless.
And
God
we
bless
would
him.
not need-
So
You know what I'm
here's the
saying?
thing. I did a lot of prep work. Before I decided that I was going to transfer to the bus and we were going to leave, we were doing a lot of prepper type stuff here. We don't really maintain it anymore, but we used to keep a whole bunch of food on hand for emergencies and blah blah blah.
I have that too. I have a whole
Right?
thing in my garage. It's full
And-
of 4 or 5 deep of canned vegetables and
Yeah.
dried milk, all kinds of
Yeah.
shit.
And people would make fun of you because you were prepping for an emergency. And when they started talking about what kind of emergencies, they would talk about government attacks or other military attacks, act of war, solar flares, pandemics, etc., and everyone make fun of you.
We have a civil war in our country. You never know, right?
Everybody make fun of you. They just mock you without, like, non-stop. And now they're like, oh my god, look at these people who, like, have all this food. They thought ahead. They're geniuses. Like the same people who were calling us idiots 2 years ago and laughing at things are now like, oh my god, they're geniuses. It's like, homie, come on.
Now the ones that live that lifestyle, that's kind of odd to me.
Why? That's the lifestyle they've chosen. And
I understand, but
you know, making sure that their shit's ready to go every day. You never know when an emergency's going to strike. Look at this. Like, the coronavirus came out of nowhere, shut down our economy. Like, it's been around since October, dude. And nobody said anything. Nobody's doing anything. The World Health Organization literally is lying to people every single day for months about it. Because China, like, fed them lies, whether they were suckers or willing participants, I don't know, but like, they straight up lied. They were even telling us, as we were starting to do quarantine, that there's no reason to quarantine because there's still no human-to-human transmission. It's like, dude, you're like, here's these lies, but people still point to the WHO, and like, oh yeah, the WHO says blah blah blah. It's like, what are you talking about? Why do you believe in them? They got a track record of lying to you. You're mad at Trump because he, like, here's some examples of this thing, and you're all pissed off at him, but then these people who lie to you every day about your life and dying, you don't give a shit.
Yeah, like I said, I've seen like so many different videos of different doctors saying different things about the virus. So it's like, who do you fucking listen to?
Well, I take my advice from people I trust. And again, and studies and factual information that comes out that you hear about and you read. You know, like I told you the other day, new study came out. Sunshine and open air kills this thing. Get outside, get some vitamin D in your system. Vitamin D is like the thing that they're talking about. Go get some vitamin D. It's like, we can all do that. We can all go outside.
Why are people dying when they get it? That's what I'm saying. If this stuff helps it or kills it, why are they even?
Because there are people, there are people. I mean, nothing's gonna stop it. It's like your body has to fight it off, and it's a matter of like, okay, is your body gonna? I cannot see this stupid thing. How many turns?
It's about laying by my pool and eating vitamin D pills every day. Then.
Well, vitamin D is made in your body when you're outside. When you're outside, your body makes vitamin D, and it really can be that simple. Like. They talk about, like, the flu all the time. How do you get over a flu? There's no cure for a flu, but everyone knows how to get over it. Like, but people die of the flu all the time. There's no cure.
Yeah.
There's no cure for a flu, right? People, like 30,000 people on average die every single year because of the flu. Like, it's a thing. Some people, even though you give them the right medicine and they get all the right treatment, they're just gonna die. And then it's just like people who smoke cigarettes every day for their life and live to 100, and never got sick, never got anything. Then you have people who breathe secondhand smoke like one time, they get cancer.
They chew tobacco for 3 years, you got lip cancer.
Right. I mean, some people are like that, but some people like never have a problem, and then they just. You know what I mean? Like,
I smoke half a pack a day for like last 10 years. Exactly. I drink very rarely.
Right, and then bam, now you have cancer, or you don't. You know what I mean? Like, these are all things that happen because we don't. The human body is a wonderful and amazing machine. We don't know all the things, but
exactly right.
It's still.
I just try to get my sister off of this thing, and she just says this, that, and the other. I'm like, did you watch the whole video? I'm like, did you watch the whole video? She's like, no. I'll show the whole video. I'm like, this is what was said. And it's just Cooper took out 40 seconds of the video. He showed you 3 seconds where he said something, but let him finish what he was saying. Oh, she's like, oh, it's still. I don't believe him. I think he's just full of shit, anyways. I'm like, well, obviously what you're watching, they told you, they didn't tell you the whole thing.
Yeah. Well, let me finish this thought real quick while I'm thinking about it here.
Yeah.
So,
go ahead.
there's a guy named Will Witt. He does videos on YouTube and places. And one of the things he likes to do is he likes to do man on the street type videos, right? and talk to people. And he's a young, good-looking guy. He's got a really outgoing personality, so people like to talk to him, right? So he'll one of the videos he put out that I remember like really well was I think it was in New York City, and he's like, would you have Republican friends? And everyone's like, no, I hope not. I wouldn't be friends with them. And he's like, okay, why? Why would you? Oh, well, I just wouldn't want to be friends with those kind of people. You know? Or, oh, I couldn't be friends with a racist like that or whatever. And they just loop people together, and it's a identity politics. You know, I have a friend who is a friend I'm extremely close with, and he is gay, and we'll agree on 90% of things, right? We'll agree on all sorts of stuff, politically. And, like your sister, he's like, I gotta vote Democrat because they're the only ones who are fighting for me. I'm like, what are you talking about? I'm like...
There's 6 senators right now that are homosexual that are Republicans. I showed her that earlier. She's like, well, they're not on my side. They're against me, so they're not me. I'm like, okay, Liz, whatever.
Well, see, and when I tell my friend, it's like, what do you mean? Like, these are people talking about getting government out of your business. Like, I understand, like, yes, there was a time where you needed someone to vote or fight for the fact that if you were in a long-term relationship, you should be able to go to the doctor if your significant other is in the hospital and be able to go in there and check on them. Like, I get that.
Yeah.
You needed that for a while. There was a time that was a thing. And a lot of
Gay,
people...
gay marriage, same thing.
I feel like government should not be in the marriage business.
I agree. It's not a religious issue. It's a personal thing, not a religious issue.
But there is a contractual issue for marriage, which the government, again, I don't think government should give out marriage licenses, but I think they can honor the marriage contract, and I think that it shouldn't be considered everything should be a civil union. And
yes.
then the churches can give out marriage licenses or whatever, because the Jewish people, they do have a contract. Most other places don't have a marriage license. It's just verbal. So why, it's not something the government should be involved in. If the government is going to be involved in it, it should be involved at a state level. And the tide was turning. That's the thing that gets me. The tide was turning. And I don't like the idea that the Supreme Court decided to do something. And just like, okay, well, we're going to make this happen at a federal level. It's like, no, that's not your job. That wasn't even the question you were asked. Like, no. But, again, like, what was it, 40 of the 50 states had already allowed gay marriage? I'm like, it was going out. And people could always leave. You know, like, I tell people all the time, like, I have gay friends. If they invite me to their wedding, I'm going. You know, like, I love them. I would go to their marriage in a heartbeat. But I don't think that the federal government should have stepped in and said, like, this is legal. I think it's a state's thing. I would go, and if they were like, hey, be my best man, or hey, be in my wedding, I would go do it because I love them and I want them to be happy, and I think that they deserve it. They deserve the opportunities to be treated like everybody else. But at the exact same time, it's like, it's not the government's job to do this shit.
It's like remember that lady in Georgia a few years back, that a gay couple wanted to go have her cater their wedding? And she said, I don't have anything personally against them, but I'm very religious and I don't believe in gay marriage. So she said she told them to, like, she wasn't going to do it. She would find somebody else to do it for them. And then on the news, it was all blown up that she was like this hater of gay people, and they all showed up there, were like boycotting her business. I'm like, what did she do wrong?
That's what
she did nothing wrong. She didn't say she hated. She even said it because I don't hate them, or it's just not my thing. So I'm not gonna do it.
Well, that's the same thing with that big Christian baker in Colorado. Like, it's the exact same story.
So I just didn't understand, like, why they would show up there and say she hates gay people and the faggot. I'm like,
because it's the story that they're sending. And again, all Republicans are racist bigots. It's like, that's really not true. I know a lot of Republicans, and they are less racist oftentimes than the people that I know that are Democrats. Because a lot of my friends who are or not necessarily friends, but people I know that are Democrats, have what they call the bigotry of low expectations. You know? I just, to me, that's a whole nother kind of racism that's taken things to the extreme. Oh, a black person can't go and like figure out how to vote. What do you mean a black person can't figure out how to vote? Well, they don't have internet. What do you mean they don't have internet?
More dust grunts are gathered inside.
They all have phones. What are you talking about? They have internet.
Oh, they can't figure out how to get to the post office. They don't have time to take off to go to the post office like that, or to the post or DMV. And it's like, what are you talking about? That's dumb as hell. These I don't think of them as like dumb or stupid or incapable or whatever. These are just people like everybody else. Like it doesn't matter what the color they are. But that, again, that's not. I don't want to blame Democrats because it's not a philosophy error in the Democrats. It's the fact that the left has taken over the Democratic Party because the Democrats have a lot of really good had a lot of really good ideas. But when the progressive movement kind of took over doing things, it really hurt the two-party system. You know, it's like Canada. There's no right-wing people in Canada, like the political groups. Not really. I mean, there's a little bit now because they see some of the shenanigans going on, but you know, you have like left and leftist separatists in Canada.
It's just like everything my sister said. She's like, oh,
Chance to find out more.
Trump paid some girl off to say that Biden had tried to hook up with her years ago, and now she's saying something about it. I'm like, why does it have to be him doing it? So he has time to find some chick that he knew 20 years ago during a pandemic and go give her a couple $1 million? I mean, really? Just be serious.
Is that Malik Brazil?
You know, shit like that. It's like, what? I said, what about your great candidate? What's her name? That lost to Trump. How she couldn't do anything right. She fucked over the Benghazi people, got people killed,
Oh, Hillary?
and then lied about it. Yeah, and then used her personal email and all these stupid shit, and then allowed her husband to cheat on her and took him back. So that means she's a weak person to me. I'm like, no, so you cheat on me, it's a wrap.
Well,
So I can't trust you ever again. I can't trust you ever again.
Let's be fair about Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton's relationship. Okay.
Come on, man.
Let's hang on 1 second about their relationship. That relationship maybe wasn't at the time built for political gain, but by the time it was over, he had such a large history of doing stuff. And she was covering stuff up for him for years. Like, this is well known. That he's not a good dude. He was never a good dude, especially when it came to ladies.
Yeah, but my sister thinks Donald Trump's the most biggest womanizer, and he hates women. And I'm like, well, how's he hate women? He's married and he has children. How's he hate women? I said, you don't think men? You think that us men don't get together and talk about chicks at the bars and nightclubs? We all do that. So who gives a shit if he did that in 1984? Who gives a shit?
Well, it's how terrible it was, how the stuff. And again, it's the same thing with people not realizing
That they do the same thing he does, but why is it bad for him, but not good, not bad for you?
because he's the bad man. He's the enemy. And
But that's what I'm
just it.
saying. It doesn't make sense to me. It's like, what? I don't care if what he did in high school.
People have
Give a
been
shit.
taught. People have been taught that if they don't think like you, or they don't do the things that you do, they're the enemy, and you have to defeat the enemy at all costs. And that, to me, is wrong. You know, I tell people all the time, like, more than half of my friends are to the left of me. Way more than half. Most of my friends are to the left of me. And we can still talk and have fun and share ideas and have a lively debate without tearing each other up, because we're not the enemy, even though they have some pretty left-leaning policies. And I get pretty upset with some of my friends. My friends get really upset with me. But we can talk about it, because at the end of the day, we all know that I missed the Magnum's flow. Dang it.
I explained it to my sister this way. I said, Liz, if me and you were somewhere, and someone that, how did I phrase it? Can't remember how I phrased it to her. I'll have to remember now. Damn, I forgot. Anyway, it was like someone's gonna kill her or do something to her, and I said, I don't care if you're a Democrat or a Republican, but if some enemy was gonna kill you, they're dying. But her mentality is like, oh, I wouldn't give a fuck if the Republican or Donald Trump died. I wouldn't save him. I'm like, but he's an American. Why would you let a foreign invader kill like a fellow American?
They're the enemy, man. They're
That's what I'm
subhuman.
saying. So that doesn't make sense to me. It's like that doesn't make logical sense.
They are subhuman. They're the enemy, and I hate to say it. And it's not everyone's like that. Not everyone is like that based off their political mindset. But a lot of people are. A lot of people have that mindset. And again, some people that I really love, and they say stupid shit like, I'm an independent, right? One week they'll say I'm an independent, and then they'll say, well, I turned on the Democratic debate, and I'll vote for any of those people, so I'm not wasting my time watching the Democratic debate. And then 2 weeks later they'll talk about how terrible Trump is, and I'm like, okay, like, so you're coming out of the closet as or how terrible Republicans are, or this or that, the other thing. I'm like, so you're coming out not as an independent, but you're a Democrat now. That's fine. I mean, just own it. Just own your responsibility of like where your mindset at. Like, I don't care. We're not gonna stop being friends. Oh no, I'm still an independent. Like, hell you are. No, you're not. I love you, but you're lying to not just yourself, but now you're lying to me. I don't care if you lie to yourself. You can lie to yourself all day. Now you're lying to me about things. Because I can see. I have eyes in my head. Like, I know what's up, guy. I knew I missed one.
It's like last night I was watching a stream after I logged off, you know, because I was upset about the Corona thing. I was like, screw it. And I was listening to your stream. You guys were talking about me. I was cracking up. And Cammy was like, does that upset you? I said, why? They're not saying like anything mean or nothing, but you can't defend yourself. I go,
I wasn't
they're not saying
attacking
like
your ideas.
I know. And I said they weren't like saying you could really have a first level character with 98 PKs because you can't.
No, you can.
Yeah, you can't. You can't. You're not allowed skill points to do it. You just can't. There's only 20 disadvantages and a certain amount of skill points you can take, and you just can't take that. You can get what's called
Back in the day, I remember we used that system, and that was one of the weird things that Tobrel did manage to figure out.
We've been running for 33 years, dude.
I challenge you to go try.
I'm telling you. I called my buddy Kevin, our DM. I said, listen, I had him watch that section. He's like, what are they talking about? You can't do that. You can get what's called a persistent spell ability, right? It's only up to the 4th level, and the max you can have it at is 4 times per day. If it's an attacking spell. If it's a defensive spell like invisibility, you can have it active all the time. But it costs like most of your spell points, so you really can't, your skill points, so you really can't have other things to do. So you can't get that.
As
I'm saying, you just
have to go back.
But I know what you were saying, but that there's a lot of things you can and can't do, but no. The thing I liked about that version is like you get to build your own kind of elf. You build own your kind of dwarf. Because what if you're an elf that's from the Arctic? You don't have trees there, so you wouldn't be good at bows. You'd be good at something else. So like when we play our campaigns, for example, I got a great example. So we always use the defense armor class versus the weapon you use. Like if you use chainmail versus a blunt weapon, I'll do more. If you use this weapon for that slash, it might be minus to hit. So we're having a big battle one time, and my buddy rolled to hit, and he stabbed the guy, and he hit him. Our other buddy, we always rolled our dice in front of everybody. We do that hiding the dice DM thing. Our DM always had his screen down. He rolled the dice. Rolls a 20, and you failed your save, you're dead. Just the bottom line. Not gonna be that fake roll dice, let me fudge it kind of shit. No. So my buddy rolled, and like he rolled the same thing, and my buddy DM said, "You missed." He got all pissed. How did I miss it? And like my DM finally had to like say, "Look, dude, you're using a slashing weapon against plate mail. You got -2 to hit."
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Anyway,
so
we weren't.
Stuff like that.
I want to clarify here really quick that obviously our experiences were different. Like from our perspective, we did find a way to do the thing that you feel is impossible, which is fine. That I don't care about. But my point is, we had a discussion. We carried on a discussion that you and I were having, and then I was like, all right, well, let me, while you're stepping away, I'm gonna ask these guys and just ask them questions and have a conversation in the similar vein that you and I were having, right? About what's going on and what their perspectives were when it comes to that stuff. Nobody was attacking you, and that's
I know that.
Well, right,
1000%.
That's what I'm saying, and that's the kind of discussion that would, if you could carry that into the political realm, would be really beneficial for people. But you really don't get the opportunity to do that. Because it's perceived as an attack, or you have to defeat the enemy. there's no defeating the enemy in this kind of stuff. Like, that was never our strategy. That was never my desire, was to beat you into like, oh yeah, you're right.
Exactly. It's like you're an American. I don't want any American to die. I don't want any Americans to ever have to me to choose. I mean, you're an American. I don't care what political party you're on. I don't care what you believe in. You're still an American person. You're one of me. We're the same.
Right.
So that, like, my sister knows, people don't think that way. I told my sister, I said, you know my friend Reginald? She's like, oh yeah, I remember him. I said his mom worked for Ford for like 20 years. Mexico. They moved to Mexico. She lost her job. Donald Trump brought that old job back, and now she's back working at Ford down in LA. 30,000 jobs were for Ford. The company came back because he said, if you don't come back, we'll just tax the import of the cars that come to America. We'll just tax them higher. So they brought the company back. Now she's back at work. She goes, well, I guess that's okay. I said, that's 30,000 jobs right there off the bat that came back. They were not going to come back. They were not coming back.
1 second. Hey, Wolf, what's going on? We're just talking the smack, as always, trying to get some experience here. Going through, the cogs. Trying to get my cog saga done. We're having various discussions about politics and D&D, and how some people feel like it's a matter of winning over having the discussion and sharing ideas. It's more important to win than it is to share in a lot of things, which is exactly the perfect parallel to remind people about the discussion that we were having yesterday. And it actually, you and me talking about things yesterday and then carrying on with the conversation with some of the other guys really made me consider doing like a segment for DDO cast or whatever, putting together and having that conversation with people, like, what was your coming up with like a list of 10 questions or something, and just like getting people's responses, because I thought that was a really interesting discussion that we were having. It's so much so that I carried that on to another group while you were taking an AFK, and then I came back to that voice chat, and you sent me that message, and I was like, hell yeah, man, and I was back in voice chat, and you never came back, and I was like, oh man.
Hey Sam, I'll be right back. Cammy's back. I think she has the news,
Okay.
so I'm gonna go talk to her quick.
But so yeah, like everything here at Samus Garubo, everything's up for grabs, man. Everything, as long as people are doing stuff with respect and not treating people like poo, we'll tackle anything here. What's going on with you? How is your day? I want to be far enough away from that Fear Reaper that it's incentivized to come get me if I can help it. Doesn't look like it's gonna. Can I out damage it from here with the ranged weapons? I'm just gonna try throwing this ranged weapon at it and see if I can. It's got a lot of hit points, but I don't want to try fighting it inside that ice storm with that ice windsor right there. See, we're far enough away also that we're not getting hit by that shriek. So for those of you who are always like, oh man, the Fear Reaper scream is like the whole dungeon. It's not. It's not anywhere near that big. It is large. That's not the button I wanted. I want to heal. Thank you. Alright. 3 ice shield. How messed up is this? An ice cleanser of the Flameborn.
Wilton stands before you, entombed in a sheet of ice. No doubt
Infernal
creatures
Pact.
of the counter.
Chunk these guys in half. bomb there. It's going off. Perfect. I will tell you, some of the stuff that I find really difficult to keep track of when you're ranged, like those exploding spiders, are a whole lot easier to keep track of on a melee. Because you're already down there in close proximity. We have an opportunity for failure right here of a pretty reasonable scale. We need to be really careful here. Alright, we good.
I'm sorry, Monster. Fail. This master of hers must be responsible for this supernaturally frozen cave.
Several chests tonight, though. Quite a few.
A known wizard stands before a humming, whirring mechanical device. The jets of air released by the contraption are cold enough to freeze even the hottest magma. The wizard turns towards you, startled.
Careful here, keep moving. Alright, perfect. Now we just should have to solve a little puzzle and we're good to go.
The whirring device continues to freeze.
No, it's this one, right? Turn it here. Why won't you highlight? Stupid bird. Da, 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 da. Oh, sweet! I finally got some bronze dragon plate. I don't actually know if I had this before. Nice. Alright. So that should... I mean, we still have one more quest that we could do. I'm not gonna mess around with that quest. So we can skip... we skip a quest. Or, skip a... yeah, quest for the saga. So we have one saga done. The other saga has a few quests left in it, but it's 16. So I'd like to get to 18 before I kind of like start cracking on it. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually go to the boat. We'll just go like this again. Honestly, I should have just slashed death, but I don't want to. And then we'll pop into some other 15s. Get all this stuff sold really fast. Alright. Yeah, this will work. Alright. I'm gonna take a 30-second bio break. We'll be right back, everybody. Please hang out through this 30-second ad break and we'll be right back. Whew. Oh man, my head. Let Ben know that we're not gonna make it to his thing this week. I'm pretty disappointed, but the way my head hurts now, if I put 5 hours of driving on it, I'll just be unpleasant to be around, and there's no reason to put my friends through that kind of nonsense. So, let alone my wife, who'll be trapped in the vehicle with me for the 5 hours drive back the next couple of days. No thanks. No thanks from me, no thanks to them.
The Silver Flame
All
are
right,
looking into
what?
cult activity in the area. Your help would be greatly appreciated.
What's going on the Twitterverse here? Anything? Alright, so something's going on with Chris Evans here.
Alright, I'm COVID free. So is Cammy and the kid.
See?
We're safe.
Told you. You're not any safer than you were 2 days ago, but that's fine.
But you know what I mean. It's a huge relief, dude.
Yeah. You're not at risk. Or a reduced risk. So what is going on with canceling Chris Evans? I don't understand this.
Oh, I'm so happy now.
Okay, whatever. Oh, so I was trying to figure out something interesting to talk about on the Twitterverse here, but there's like nothing even close to interesting to discuss right now.
How many people are watching the stream right now?
Oh, I don't know, like 7 maybe.
Oh, okay.
Not huge. People do not like the political talk.
Really?
Yep.
Wow.
People will come in and
It's just talking. It's not like it's like the end of the world. Like
yeah,
I
but
don't
it's
get it.
something that it's easy to get polarized around, and I don't mind doing it. In fact, I really enjoy it because I try really hard to look at both sides of the situation and argue something, and I tend to argue both sides depending on who's arguing for the other side. But I get it, man. Like, a lot of people just straight up become uncomfortable when they start to hear political talk because...
And that's the thing I was telling my sister one day. Like, she goes, I don't know how Trump won the thing. I said, remember 2 weeks before election ended? I said, you better be careful because they wanted more people to vote, and now all the votes are coming in, and it's starting to go the other side. And she was watching that Rachel Maddow, which I don't fucking care for at all. And they were laughing and thinking it was funny. Oh, she's gonna win on Trump. I'm like, dude, just don't get too happy yet because they're gonna have a lot of people that vote, and then they voted. My sister's like, oh, all these racist people came out and voted. I'm like, it's not all about that, Liz. It's not all about people being racist, man.
But that's
Some people just get tired of the other side, and they all came out and voted. You wanted them to vote, they voted. So, there you go.
Said he
That's nice
he
play.
spoke to places that were quote unquote Democratic holdouts that Hillary Clinton never bothered to even go to because she just assumed she had their votes.
That's what I told her too. I said you had the Democrats that flipped. That's how they won. The Democrats had to go to one side, and some of them flipped.
Because they didn't feel like they were important to him, and he
So in her mind, those Democrats that voted for him aren't real Democrats, and they shouldn't have they should be able to vote for Democrat. I'm like, whatever, dude. Come on.
Yeah. Again, people, it's not about defending your side or being able to defend your thoughts. It's about this person good, this person bad. It sucks. That is not. That is one of the disadvantages of a two-party system or any party system. Because when you start voting along party lines, things can get messed up, and that's human nature.
My buddy Sam is half black, half white. Black father, white mother. Right. So in Obama office, he voted for him. But then it was kind of weird because he was like upset because he said all he's been doing is like preaching for black, and he goes, and he's not fully black. He's got a white family. So when he's talking about all this stuff, it's almost like he's like saying the white side doesn't count. You know.
Well,
he was upset. He was upset about it for a long time. I haven't talked to him in like a couple of years, but he was so upset about it.
Well, I mean, I hate to. I feel like people through history is going to show that President Obama was not a very effective president, and that
he thinks he was. Everybody I know says he was great. He was just a good talker. He speaks well.
But he didn't though. He just got covered. But like, if you look at actual policies and things that happened and this and that and the other thing, it's just like people will go on about how President Obama was scandal free, right? Scandal free this, scandal free that, and it's like, let's just pretend this new thing that's in the media right now or going around right now with the not only did he in fact his administration tap a political rival like the other side's presidential nominee, because they did. They also, like, because they went through the FISA courts to do it, but also the FISA courts gave that based off of opposition research done paid for by the other opponent, or the other candidate, your candidate. And then, less than 2 weeks before, you had a conversation about whether or not you should give the incoming presidential candidates national security advisor information, and then you lied about it. Like, they found now a note from Condoleezza Rice about a meeting that happened like 5 days after, or 5 days before, and they talked about it right. Like, she made a cover your butt note. You know, it's like putting all the blame on James Comey, and President Obama's like, "Oh, I have no idea what you're talking about. That's not true." But she even notates in that note that was covering their ass that President Obama was in that meeting. Like, it's the same thing with like Joe Biden. Like, "Oh, I have no idea. I had no idea that this stuff was going on with the Trump campaign or General Flynn." It's like, dude, there's a note right here that says you were in the meeting, involved in the meeting. So, were you just not paying attention in the meeting? Like, is that your cover?
Were you taking a piss when they were talking about it, or what?
Yeah, like what is your cover here on this story? Like, you tell me what's the cover, because you either are incompetent at your job or you're lying to me. Pick one. Like, you either had no idea or you're full of shit. Which either one is fine with me. I don't care which one you decide to go with. You just tell me what it is.
That's I with that too. Just tell me. Just don't
or
hide it.
Or things like $1 billion given to companies that President Obama decided would be good investments for the government, and then within a year of getting $1 billion, dude, those companies go bankrupt. If someone gave you $1 billion, would you be bankrupt in a year?
Hell no. Hell no. Hell no.
You know, or
I got my own studio, and I'll be hiring all kinds of writers and musicians, and I just sit back and collect the money.
Ordering drone strikes against United States citizens overseas. Killed 458 American citizens overseas on purpose. Like, killed them. How about Fast and Furious? A whole bunch of Americans got murdered by guns the United States government
sold to criminals in Mexico to try to track them coming over from into the United States. Those guns, if they were not in the market, they would never have been used. But they illegally put a bunch of guns out there, like a ton of guns. Nobody cares. What about
immigration? You're supposed to begin amnesty these people, but he sent back 8 million people, the most of any president ever. But they give shit to Trump for wanting to build a wall. It's like, well, Obama deported 8 million people. So it's like, what is it? I don't get it.
Or like another one.
Biden's son in Ukraine with that whole shit.
Well, that whole thing's that thing is not done coming to light yet. We'll see how bad this gets.
They say they have video of him on there talking to him, telling him they got to fire this guy, or you're not going to get your billions of dollars in aid.
There was a video. He
joked
about it and bragged about it on television, and was getting kudos for it on television. And then they found an audio call yesterday or the day before or something. Him saying, "I'm a man of my word. You fired that guy like I asked you to, and now I'm going to give you your $1 billion check."
Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, the phone call. That's what it was.
They have a phone call of them like, all right, well here's your quid pro quo, like you did the thing, here's your payment. And like, remember,
what was his title? Did he work for our government, or he was like an emissary or something?
Joe Biden?
His son.
Hunter Biden? No, he never worked for the U.S. He's never anything. He just used Daddy's name.
Okay, I knew he was over there doing all this shit, but I didn't know what his title, if he had a title or anything.
No, he literally was out of nowhere, he became like this massive oil thing, and then he got a vice president or something, and basically his job was to talk to his dad about oil stuff. Like that whole situation is dirty and messy and bloody, man. Like I don't have time to get into that right now. It is real bad. From the evidence that you can get, like the paper trail from the U.S. government and the UK government, it is not good news. And that's just the stuff that's not like theoretically or whatever. That's stuff that's proven because it's documented.
Why would I want to vote for Biden now, knowing that he's a liar, his son's a liar, and they're trying to extort money from another country? You give them the money to fire people. I'm like, that's not right to me. If you're doing that, you're doing much worse shit that I don't know about, obviously.
Well,
like Bill Clinton on TV saying, I would never have sex with that girl. I'm like, dude, just own it. If you own it, I'm okay with it. You know?
I'm still not okay with it, but they.
But I'm saying, you're owning it. You're saying, oh, my made a mistake. Yes, it happened. Fault, my bad. Okay, give you a second chance. Well, when you deny, and you get caught, and now you're like, oh, and then you get impeached.
Well, and again, he got impeached because he lied under oath, and he encouraged other people to lie under oath. Like, he didn't get impeached for having an affair.
It's for lying, yeah. But it was for over that lying. Situation. Yeah.
So, I mean, in that regard, yes, if he would have he just told the truth, he would not have gotten impeached.
Yep, and other people wouldn't have got in trouble either, making them, do it and lie for him and shit.
Right. But like, I don't know, man. People have this rosy idea of President Obama. Eric Holder. People get mad at Barr, right? They think, he's President Trump's like yes man or enforcer or whatever. But Eric Holder, which was President Obama's Attorney General, like literally said, I'm President Obama's wingman. Whatever he wants, we're gonna make happen. Like, he persecuted people because they were political rivals, man. Like, you use the power of the government to attack your political rivals? That's terrible. That's horrible.
These are fellow Americans. You know what I'm saying? You're supposed to work together to get shit done.
If I told you that, if I said that one of the administrations was bugging reporters, like phone lines and stuff, you'd be pretty mad about that, right? Like,
yeah,
that's not right. President Obama. That was a thing that legitimately happened. It's proven to have happened under President Obama. No one seems to care. You're like,
I
remember remember the day he wore his tan suit instead of his black suit? Oh, so much, such a troublemaker or whatever. It's like, no, man. Like, here's a list of stuff that he did that we know about, and stuff's still coming to light now. Like, I get it. You liked him. You thought he did a good job because he talked nice, and he made you feel good. But then own that. Say that. That's the reason why you liked him. That's the way you thought he was great. He made you feel good at the end of the day. Or he attacked the people you thought deserved to be attacked. You know, that's why a lot of right-wing people like Trump is because you talk shit on the media, because the media are not good people, most of them. Not all of them. There's a lot of good ones. There's also a lot of people out there that are full of shit.
Yep. There was a terrorist, a guy at the Texas base of Corpus Christi shot the guard in the chest. She survived, but then he ran through some barriers and the guards killed him.
Oh, the shooting today in the mall?
No, it's in Texas. Right now, it's happened a few minutes ago. Military base, Corpus Christi.
There's another shooting. There's a shooting in a mall today. I think 2 people were hurt.
Yeah, this guy's a terrorist supporter and all this stuff. His name's Alishi. I was just reading it right now. It came on a text.
Well, I don't take any of that kind of stuff to heart when it first comes out. They can, once all the data is figured out.
Oh yeah, I guess when this situation happened, he talked about how he drove up, shot the guard in the chest in their bulletproof vest, and ran through the barrier and crashed, and the guards shot him dead.
Yeah, that does look real bad though. That's terrible. I hate to see that kind of stuff happen.
See what I'm saying?
Especially to people who putting their lives on the line to protect us, you know. You feel like you're relatively safe here, and you get killed by a guy that you're trying to protect because he decides that you're evil.
Mr. Obama said he unfroze Iran's money. He gave them their money back that we had taken, and now they use that money to support terrorism and other bad shit. Nuclear power, all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, you notice how Iran, because they didn't have because Trump canceled the money, right? Then Iran's tried doing some stuff, tried acting high and mighty, and Trump's like, you know, they talked about blowing up a bunch of radar stations after they attacked that British ship, right? And then they shot down a U.S. drone. And Trump's like, there's no loss of life. How many people are going to die if we do this? Like, oh, it'll be minimal. It'll be like 12 people. He's like, that's too many people for shooting down a drone. So he doesn't attack them back. They're like, oh, sweet, we're gonna be able to make a pushover. He gives them a good thumping, on the next time they do something. And now look at the shit that they're doing. They're shooting down their own airplanes. I don't know if you heard this, but a couple of weeks ago, they shot and they sank their own battleship, man. Did you see that?
No,
yeah, they were 2 different Iranian battle cruisers were doing maneuvers, and one of them ended up sinking the other one. They didn't realize that they were on the same side and started attacking each other.
There's no active wartime, so you automatically would communicate. You know, hey, you're in our waters. Who are you? Identify yourself. That's what you would do.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. I just remember reading the article where they shot on each other and one of them got sank.
That's stupid. How dumb.
Again, that would be if how big of news would it be if the United States military, 2 battleships ended up attacking each other and one of the battleships sank each other? That'd be front page news. What if it was Britain? You would hear about that shit for weeks. You didn't hear about it maybe 1 news article.
And then if it happened, we shot our own battleship up, Trump would get the blame for it. It was his fault.
Oh yeah, I mean it should have been his fault. He's the commander-in-chief. But my point is that because it's Iran, you didn't hear nothing.
I don't know. If I'm the president, I'm sleeping, or I'm in my office just doing work, and two battleships are fighting each other and on the same side, I'd be like, you guys are, what are you doing? You know what I'm saying? Someone's
Well,
getting punished.
I mean, that's true.
It's not my fault. Like if I've had it before where like I've had employees that work under me do stupid shit and they're like, it's your fault. I'm like, how's it my fault? I'm not even on duty. I'm at home sleeping. How's it my fault? There's people that are supposed to be watching them. That's their job, not my job. There's generals, secretary of state, chain of command. You know what I'm saying?
Buck
That's just
stops with
weird.
me. Now, granted, most generals feel the same way, and they wouldn't try to send that uphill, you know. But that's ultimately it would be, in my opinion, all military action, one way or the other, is eventually the president's responsibility because he's the commander in chief. He's the ultimate boss.
I got you.
Now-
But you have people on the ground, the boots on the ground that are over there. That's what they're there for.
Right. And I'm not saying that I don't like. Yeah, I gave that. You know, I gave. You know, this general had my complete authority to do his thing.
Exactly.
Speed up 0101. A month or so ago, a military ship tried to seize a cruise ship and rammed it intentionally. The military vessel sunk. Whose government was that, man? Was that us? That wasn't us, right? Who was it? That had to be the. Whose military vessel sunk when they rammed the cruise ship? That's hilarious. Hopefully there wasn't any like loss of life or anything like that, but still. That's absolutely bonkers.
It's crazy shit.
Somewhere in South America. Well, yeah, that's where most of the cruise ships are. That's insane to me. But you see what I mean? Like, these kind of stories that if it happened to another government, we would be all over. You know? But because we sympathize with Iran, or I shouldn't say we, the news media sympathizes with Iran, it doesn't get covered. I'm just like, that's not right. That is not right.
I have friends that are from Iran, and they're Jewish. They had to flee, you know, when they were small children because their government sucks and they're bad people.
Yeah,
You know,
I
they're
tell
not all
it's
bad.
over
but-
over there. It's well, and that's just it. Like they're protesting against their government right now, like crazy.
Yeah.
But those people are just getting killed left and right by their own government.
Yep.
And what, like, we're not doing anything to help, at least not publicly. You know, like giving money to the Iranian government's certainly not going to help the people of Iran. You know,
They just have to have a gigantic revolt.
they're
So they just
trying.
have to-
They're trying, but
I mean,
it's hard
the
to
thing
have
is,
a
who's-
big
who's-
revolting.
I know, but
Not
then the
having
countries,
resources.
you know, is all Sunni or Shia or whatever they are, and it's so let's assume the next person takes power, they'll get a little bit of power, and they'll just turn it over. It's like you need to have like a young person or whatever, Jewish, Christian, or
Just
Muslim,
because they're
whatever.
young
That's
doesn't
not,
make
that's a
them good.
non-radical, maybe. I don't know. I think they should let the presidency 35-year-old stuff. I think that's stupid. I'm tired of seeing 90-year-old men telling a 20-year-old kid what should be going on. I'm like, dude, this is 2020. This is 1964 anymore.
Yeah, and this is where I really start to disagree with a lot of things. That age brings wisdom, and I want my president to be wise. I don't like. It doesn't mean that you can't be young and be wise, but it's the exception, not the rule. So I'd much
Yeah,
rather
my
have
president's
leader.
my president's 60 years old. I would tell him, dude, you were 18 and 20 one time. Like if I went to a nightclub and I walked in, I saw freaking Trump at the nightclub having a beer and talking to people. I'd be like, cool, he's real. He's like us.
Well,
you know what I'm saying?
He,
He's
he used to do all that stuff. He didn't. He never drank.
But that's what I'm saying. They say everybody thinks
Right.
that they can't do things. I'm like, well, they're humans. They can't watch football. They can't go to games. They can't.
That's just it.
have
He
a
goes
beer?
to football all the time. That's why he got in so much trouble last year. Remember? Because he would go to football games and people, they were like, oh, look at all these people booing Trump at the football game. But then there'd be all these other people that were like cheering Trump at the football game.
Like all these teams that win the championships, they all refuse to go to the White House. I was like, what? I mean, it's your commander in chief, man.
It's their right. I'm not gonna hold that against them, but I'd hate to look back in 10 years and be like, man, I got invited to the White House and I didn't go.
Yeah.
Like talk about something that, I mean, you get a picture. You get a picture of you shaking the president's hand,
Yeah.
right? Like if I had done something under President Obama, and I was not an Obama fan. I didn't like his policies for the most part. Occasionally, he would do something I thought was pretty good, but mostly I didn't care for his policies. But if I did something and I was invited to the White House, man, I would get that picture. I'd put that shit on the wall. I'd be like, yeah, that's when I shook President Obama's hand. I told him X or Y policy I didn't care for, but I know his heart's in the right place. He's trying to do right.
You talking to him in private, just bullshit about stuff, and you're talking about Dungeons and Dragons online. He goes, "Yeah, I've seen that game. I've actually made a character. I've logged on before." And bam, you know what I'm saying? There's like something a connection. Now it's like maybe you talk about, do you give your policy in mind? What do you think should happen? He'd be like, "Man, I might take it into consideration. I'll talk to my people. That's a good thought." You never know. But my sister and her friends, they don't give a fuck. The other side could do all the greatness. They don't care. It's like, I just don't understand that. It does not make sense.
Because they have to be defeated, and don't get me wrong, it happens on the other side too. It happens.
No, I agree.
There are a lot of people that are right-wing people that are like, every election is the most important election of our time. It's like, is it really? Come on, really? Are you
Both
kidding
sides
me
should do
right
that.
now? Yeah, and that's why I'm not either one of those sides. If I can, I vote Libertarian where I can. That being said, I voted for Republicans in the past, and I voted for Democrats in the past. But oh my god, XYZ's the devil. I'm like, dude, come
Here's
on.
the other thing that's weird. My older brother's like basically a racist, right? So it's funny, but he believes that a Democrat should always be a president, and he hates Donald Trump. But he doesn't want my little niece, who's my nephew's daughter, hanging out with the black girls in the neighborhood because they can't teach her anything but bad stuff like poverty and theft. That's what he says. But he wants a Democrat in office. So that's what I'm saying about people. I just don't understand. You know what I mean? I just don't get it. I'm like the oddball of the family. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
I just tell what like it is. I tell them what I want to do. That's where I'm going. I don't need my girlfriend to text me 35 times a day like most people need. I don't need my girlfriend to tell me that she loves me every time she walks in the house to see me. I don't need that. But I guess some people need that kind of shit. You know? If Cammy tells me tomorrow, like, hey, I don't want to be with you anymore, blah, blah, I'm like, sweet, let's be friends still. It's not a big deal. We can both move on. Some people are fucking crazy. They want to stalk them and act stupid and do stupid shit. So like my brother, I can say he's a racist, but he wants Democrats in the office. But like he believes in he voted for David Duke when he was younger, shit like that. I'm like, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense.
man, I would have to know that your brother's out there is weird to me. There's so few actual racists. I think there's a lot of expectations of soft bigotry or whatever that's called, low expectations people out there, which I feel are just as bad. But I don't feel like there's really that many honest to God racists in America, and I feel pretty good about that.
I mean, he's not like a Klan Confederate flag waving guy.
Man, you vote for David Duke, you're pretty bad.
Okay, but put it this way, he's 60 now. This is when David Duke ran like when he was like in his 30s, so years and years ago, right? So the other day he was at the store. I was talking to him. He's like, "What are you doing?" He's like, "No, I just got back from Safeway." I go, "What do you do?" He's like, "My back's out, but this nice little black lady was there and she needed help picking up the ribs. It was too heavy, so I helped her. And then when I went to my car, she's parked next to me, so I helped her put her groceries away."
Nice.
See what I'm saying? So I think he's more like racist towards the thugs and the ones on TV that are like in apartment complexes making rap videos and they're shooting each other. That's the ones I think that's what it is. I don't think it's like Colin Powell kind. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense, I guess?
I mean, there's a difference between feeling like, again,
Every
people-
race has their trash. We have white trash and white people. There's Asian and there's this. You know
Sure,
what I'm saying?
but people putting, oh my god, I can't believe this. People, when you start grouping things by race instead of the actual grouping, that makes you racist. Like thinking about the differences of somebody's skin instead of the other thing, like using that as your excuse to dislike somebody or whatever, or talk about them. That's not good. Like, you
I
know,
agree. Like when I was in high
there's
school,
all
I
these-
knew more like trashy gangster wannabe dudes than I did the other side. You know what I'm saying? So
Right.
it's like to me, it's
Well,
like
that's just it.
they're
There's-
just trash.
And it's like I was talking about a friend of mine, Bilal, great guy, fucking amazing, right? We were just talking about he had finished up one degree and he was going back to school for another degree, right? And I was talking to him with a friend of mine, And I remember saying, I used the phrase like, "Man, I'm so glad I know him. He's one of the good ones." And my friend was like, "What do you mean by the good ones?" I'm like, "Guy, like, are you not familiar with this expression?" He's like, "Oh, okay. I thought maybe you meant blacks." I'm like, "What are you talking about? Like, why would I even? You've known me for 20 years, man. Have I ever grouped somebody by race before? That's crazy. That's crazy. It's literally an expression. He's one of the good ones. Like, he's one of the good people. Like, I'm glad I know him. He's a friend. Like, I was just like, that to me is, that's not right. That's the kind of shit that needs to go away. I mean, obviously, it gets worse than that, too, but that little shit matters.
I also think sometimes, like, I remember watching, like, when it was Obama and McCain were, like, you know, in the presidential race. He said when where Howard Stern went to Brooklyn with his team, he was asking people questions. So he was given, like, what was her name? What was McCain's running mate? The girl from Alaska.
Sarah Palin.
Yeah. So he was switching the vice presidents, and he was saying, like, how do you think about Obama running with her, the girl from Alaska? And they're like, oh, I like it. And then he was asking another one, like, what do you think about Obama wanting to stay in the war, all these things? And it was actually McCain's policies. These people had no clue, so they were like, yeah, I'm voting for him because of those reasons. I'm like, those people shouldn't be allowed to vote.
Yeah, that's
They should have to take a class on what they're, like, voting for.
That's the same kind of thing that that other guy I was talking about does a lot of stuff. Like, there's a lot of people out there. Again,
One lady thought
don't know.
Obama was going to pay her rent. Like, he was going to cut her a personal check and pay her rent.
Mm-hmm.
That's why she voted for him. I'm like, dude, if I was Obama watching those videos, I'd be like, take their votes off. They're not even voting for me. They don't even know what I'm about. They have no idea what I'm about.
It doesn't matter. They voted for him.
Just vote because I would die. If that was me, I would like, what? I'm like, I don't want their vote.
I said, man, you would love, well, you probably love and hate. You would laugh at some of these videos that one guy does. I'll try to, if I remember, I'll try to text you his YouTube channel or something. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff like that where he'll, a few months ago, Bernie Sanders put out his budget, right? And then Trump put out his budget and got it passed. And people were all mad at the Trump budget. So he went out there and he's like, yeah, so let's look at the Bernie Sanders plan. And they like went through things. And people were like, yeah, that sounds great. That's great. That's amazing. They didn't like turn over the page and like, oh damn, sorry, that was the Trump budget, not the Bernie budget. And they start reading the Bernie budget. People will be like, what? Like, oh, that seems not good. You know what I mean?
That's what I'm saying. It's like, I'm like,
because they're this person good, this person bad. It is.
It'd be like me
coaching
basketball when I was younger. You know, I was coaching high school basketball and football. It's like if someone says, oh, yeah, let's give Jason the job just because he's wealthy and he'll buy the kids jerseys. No, I'm getting the job because I coach great and I get vision with the kids. You know what I'm saying?
Nope.
That shit would bother me. It would bother me.
You got money, you're buying jerseys. Congratulations.
I did all that. I bought them shoes, everything. But I'm just saying the point is, it's like, I'm a coach. It's not about, not deck down your kids in Jordans.
Nope, that's why you what? Jason gives kids, he coaches Jordans. He's hired in. Teach all these little league kids.
I'm like, I've been to my alma mater, went to high school. We went to the Final Four of the state championship 3 times. We won our league 6 years in a row. Football went to playoffs every year. It's just like, I coach. I know what I'm doing. You know.
I know, but what I'm saying is that at the end of the day, that's what's actually important. But not when it comes to voting, man. Voting, you want to get the uneducated and stupid people to believe that you're good and the other guy's bad, so you can get the votes and you can win. And it doesn't care what the policy is, as long as you.
That's what I hate about when I watch the presidential debates, and one's saying, oh, well, you voted for that bill. And everyone goes, well, remember that bill you voted for? And they're like, well, remember this? I'm like, dude, how about you just shut the fuck up, both of you, and you tell me what you want to do?
Well, they try, but again, your past record is very important. I do feel like your record is important. You know, like...
But this is what I'm saying, is like, if I voted for something that someone didn't like, and they voted for something they didn't like, I know they're going to say it to me. I'm not going to say it to you, because we're both full of shit, obviously.
This downspout has no ladder down the shaft.
I mean,
And it just bugs me.
Again, you're earning points by pointing out the fact that this guy did an unpopular thing here, and he'll probably likely continue to do an unpopular thing if you don't like it. You know, which is part of the reason why I think our last two presidents is a guy who's never like, oh yeah, I bribed. You know, I give bribes or give money to politicians to get stuff done. That's called a bribe, right? Like, or curry favors, or however you want to look at it. Like, oh yeah, you know, I donate to their campaigns. But then if you like look at his pattern, right? It wasn't one side or the other. He gave to everybody. He's like, I just want good feelings all around. You know, I just gotta get shit done. That's business. That's how you get shit done in New York City. It's like the cost of doing business. But he didn't have a real political, quote-unquote, political record, you know? And then the guy before that, he was a senator for, what, a year and a half? And he ran for president and won?
Here's the best of non-joking news, because I think that, okay, you know who John Madden is, right? The famous football coach, Oakland Raiders,
sure.
And all that stuff. Okay, John Madden, right?
I know of John Madden.
Okay, he played 1 year of high school football. 1 year. That's it, right? But he's regarded as like one of the top 3 coaches of all time.
Yeah. So when he
You
first
see what I'm
got that
saying?
first job, somebody must have taken
some of these players, some of these people are like, oh, well, he's been a player for all his life. He's been this all his life, so he should automatically get the job. It's like, not always that way. It shouldn't always be that way.
And it's hard.
You know?
Again, a record is one of the few things that you can judge people on. Because people will tell you who they are over time. Now, the fact that he got a job somewhere and was given a chance and was able to, again, start proving over the course of time that he was a great coach or whatever, like that's an oddity. You know, someone took a chance on him. I don't know who or where or whatever or why. But that's why I think that people are voting for these guys that have no past, because you can't point to them and be like, you vote for this, this, and this, and this. You know? And it's like,
let's say this. I'm
these guys don't
44.
have a past.
I want to run for president. I go up there and I say what I want to do, how I want to do it, what I need to do, and both sides like it. I don't have no political experience.
Right. And then, so the question becomes, can't you have transferable skills that would allow you to get the stuff done that you say you're going to get done when you're president? The answer is either yes or no. A lot of people would be no, because you're going to move into that political grind, that DC machine. You don't know what's going on.
That's what I'm saying about like the man coaching football. They're like, why would he get the job with a head coach for an NFL team? He played 1 year of high school football, never coached in high school, didn't coach Pop Warner, didn't coach. You know what I'm saying? It's like, bam, right to the top.
He got lucky.
And that's what I'm saying. It happens sometimes. So just look at John F. Kennedy. We all know now that he was a womanizer and a cheater, and that wife stayed with him because she was a gold digger. I'm sorry, man. If my wife's cheating on me, I'm not gonna look like a
I don't
fool.
know if she was a
around my
gold
friends.
digger as much as she loved him.
That's what I'm saying. People like fall in that love word all the time. They let people take advantage and hurt them. But if it was some guy at a nightclub who had sex with her and then they didn't work out 3 days later, he's a jerk. But the guy you're married for 10 years, been cheating on you for 10 years, and your kid might not be your kid, but I love him. I got to stay with him. Like, why?
Still doesn't mean he's not a jerk. Still doesn't mean he's not a jerk. You can be two things at once. You can be a jerk and your wife can love you. I agree, though. Personally, I agree with you. Like,
that shit goes out the window with me. I don't care if I'm married to you 50 years. I find you in the bed with another dude. I'm not gonna be. I wouldn't be like upset. Like I want to beat her up. I want to fucking not give her whatever she's owed. I'm like, it's just over. Because I can't trust you anymore. I can't trust you. Every time you leave or go somewhere, I'll be thinking like, what is she doing? What's she really doing? See, like my brother's son, my nephew, like he's like been domestic violence like 3 or 4 times because he can't handle that situation. Like they leave him, he gets all that crazy and shit. I'm like, dude, what's wrong with you?
probably not raised right.
He was raised normal. We're all raised by the same, our parents or grandparents. So it's like he knows better.
Well, everyone scars their kids differently, man. It's all about mental fortitude. My background's shit. I've got a pretty good kid. I feel like I got lucky. I did a good job. He's on the right path. If he stays that way, I'm pretty happy. If he doesn't,
great.
I fucked up somewhere.
But it has to come down to a time where someone's like, old enough where that it's not the parents' responsibility anymore.
Doesn't matter. I will always feel like it's my responsibility.
Like my niece is 25 and she moves to Spain and then she got in a fight with some guy and they got an argument. She stabbed him in his neck and killed him. I'm like, it's not my fault. She knew better to not do that. But in the heat of a moment of anger and fit of rage, she just lost her control. You know what I'm saying? I would be like, you fucked up. You just killed somebody. You know what I'm saying?
See, I feel like I would have had to have nipped that in the bud, which is part of the reason why I feel like if I did find out that Remington got in a fight or whatever like that, and there was a loss of life, be like, oh no, he clearly was on the right side of that because he knows better. Like we've taught him, it's not a thing that happened. This isn't bullshit land. Like if he had to go there, it was just because he had to. Didn't have a choice.
Exactly. I'm saying if someone just didn't, they just upset at somebody, they just got pissed and they just did something stupid, irrational. I'm like, dude, you know?
Right. Which
you see it all the time. I remember being in high
taught,
school and this
taught
guy
my
we went
kid
to
to
school
control
with.
his anger like from that kind of stuff. You know what I mean?
So
like,
I went to high school with this guy named Rich. Okay, he was a bad dude. He dealt dope, all this stuff. So when he ended up getting murdered, right, bad dope deal, he got murdered. Okay. His obituary, his family was in there putting like, oh, he was a Boy Scout, he was all this, we did church on Sundays. I'm like, that's a lie. He did none of that. He never was in the Boy Scouts with us. Never would. He couldn't get in. He couldn't get a birth certificate because he was an adopted kid. But the family put it up like he was this poor kid who got it wrong. I'm like, he was a bad person. They knew he was a drug dealer. He was getting his dope to his mom all the time. It's like, call a spade a spade. If it was my kid, I was in there like, hey, my kid, it was horrible. He's a bad person. Yeah, he deserves to go to jail. I'm not going to sympathize it. The poor family lost somebody. It was a family over there lost somebody for no reason because my kid was a jackass.
Yeah, but you don't put that stuff in the obituary. You try to remember the good things, overlook the bad things.
Except I remember going to the trial when this whole thing happened. They caught the guy who did it, and they were making it like he was like you know, like he was like one of us who played football and sports and like with the parties and did cool things and didn't hurt people. And he was totally opposite. He was my buddy, this dope dealer. He doesn't get all his pot from this guy. So it was like, to me, it was like, what is going on? Is this like a different person? This is not the same person they're talking about.
Yeah, well, you're trying to get people to side with you, trying to win. Again, this is a part of that mentality, especially like in court or whatever, or when someone passes, you try to only remember the good things. You don't try to think about the negative side of them. You know, like
I get that part, but it's like, gee, it's like it's not true. Not close. You know, if he would have got like, the guy that did it to him would have got like, got off because they made him out to do something else. I'd be like, that's horrible.
That's how, again, winning's the important thing. Best defense. You know, best case. Trying to convince people that you're right and they're wrong, or the other guy's wrong. That's what it's all about, man. That's what it's all about.
Cammy always calls me Mr. Common Sense because I always use common sense with stuff. You know, girlfriend.
I think you
makes you
like
mad.
to use
When your girlfriend gets mad, you don't smack her. You just walk away.
Oh no, man! You teach them the right way.
It was funny. One day she was talking about her sister and her sister. Not like yelling hard, but like me, you were doing. And I said, you know what? I was like 2 black eyes. She's like, what? I said, I told the bitch twice already. She goes, oh my god, I never seen anything like that in my life. And she was laughing, walking away. And I go, come here. She's like, no, it's just too much. I go, I know you're smiling. So I turned her around. She's all big, weird, not trying to hide a smile. It was just funny, you know. But
no.
I saw my parents fight like that. I watched my brother fight with his ex-wife all the time when I was a kid. Saw it all the time over nonsense, like stupid shit. My brother accused me of humping his girlfriend, right? I was 19. She moved like 3 houses down from us, and she was like 5 years older than me. She wasn't attractive. I didn't think she was attractive at all, but she was cool, so we always hang out at her house. My brother moved across the street from her, right? So he started like hanging out with her. I don't know, my brother was like 20 years older. So my brother worked long hours, so he'd always go, hey, can you go check on the house, make sure the dogs or fish are doing whatever. I'm like, yeah, whatever. My kid's there. I'll go off with D&D. I taught him how to play D&D. But then one time he got all upset because I left the house late. Because when I leave the house, I go, it's like 3 in the morning. He's like, what? He accused me for like 2 weeks like sleeping with her. I'm like, dude, I was playing D&D all night long. I didn't want to walk home, so we all just crashed. You don't sleeping with your girlfriend, dude.
No, clearly. Clear. Because they see the worst in themselves and others as well. So again,
But
man,
I had
it's-
never told a sign of that. Never said, hey, your girlfriends are kind of hot. Like, where like you might think, like, what? Well, my girlfriend's hot. I'm like, no. No!
doesn't matter.
Zero.
Doesn't matter, man.
My best friend knows that if his wife was laying next to me in bed, I would never do anything. It never would ever happen. Ever. Never, ever, ever. Would
And
happen.
then you, like, you give that kind of faith to somebody, and the next thing you know, you're betrayed, and it's like, ah!
She's good looking, but she's not like my type at all, and she's kind of uppity, and I'm not uppity. So it's like we get along, but like I would never like. Now her twin sisters that are 2 years younger, they're both hot, and we always joke that you married the wrong sister, you should marry one of the twins.
Hey, also, I don't know if you're, like, on your Bluetooth and you're far away or something, but you started sounding real bad in the last couple minutes. Also, hey, Beef, welcome to the slide-in, my friend. You're like a million years away, too. You're real quiet.
I'm like away from my mouth.
Great.
Maybe it's me. Maybe I'm messed up. Let me try to come back. Try again. Hello. I saw Beef light up, but I didn't hear anything.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, there we go. I can
There
hear
you
you now.
go. I hear you good now. Yeah.
I don't know.
We were just talking about common sense stuff in our conversation the last 2 hours.
Been here for like 15 minutes.
Oh, okay. So you heard some of the stuff. Okay.
Yeah, you like.
Sam's my
started-
friend. If his
started
wife
your
was
rant.
stranded somewhere, I would take care of her. I would make sure she's safe when she got back to him. You know what I'm saying? Just it's my friend. That's what you're supposed to do.
That's alright. I realize that you want to bang my wife. It's fine. Lots of
I
people.
already seen your wife. I don't know what she looks like. I don't even know. I have no
It
clue.
doesn't matter. I understand. I know everybody on the planet wants to bang my wife. It's fine.
Now I have something that I never agreed with. This man code, like you don't ever date someone's ex. Bullshit. I break up with the girl. She's not my responsibility anymore. You can have her. Take her. I don't care. I've had other friends in the past who are like, dude, man, you saw with my ex. I'm like, dude, I'm not humping your ex. I was friends with her before you dated her. It's not my fault. You're just jerkwad, and now you want to act like I'm humping your ex-girlfriend. It's like, dude, you're married with 2 kids now. Why do you care?
Not the point.
So that man code's stupid, and I'm a guy that's dumb. I break up with Cammy. You guys are single. It's your responsibility. Take her. I don't care.
Okay, I'll keep in mind that you've now willingly given me Cammy. Beef, how much you give me for a Cammy? You got $1.50?
Cammy?
Cammy?
That's my girlfriend. $3 you can have her.
$3. Wow, look at that. That's a deal.
She's not in here, so I can say that.
That's right. I was hoping I was getting you in trouble.
But she'll watch the stream later. She watches it at night when she's doing her homework on her laptop. She always watches it.
I was
I woke
hoping
up and I
she's
go,
gonna beat your ass later. It's gonna be great.
that's what she told me, like, those guys are like talking about you couldn't defend yourself. I'm like, what are you talking about? And I watched it this morning. I was laughing at it. I'm like, no, they were like attacking me.
No, not at all.
I know, it was fun.
Don't.
But you know, girls are something might be kind of negative about something that they care about. They think
It's
something
not
mean.
just
I'm like,
girls. It could be anybody.
well, guys too. Yeah, you're right.
Let's cut that sexist shit out.
I mean, I'll be at the store with her like before this coronavirus, and like I'll see guys looking at her, and I'll stop and I'll go, "Hey, we'll hook you up. It's my cousin." And I'll be like, you know, I mean, funny. It's okay, you know. I look at other girls. I'm like, "Hey, look at that." She's like, "What?" I go, and she'll be like, "Yeah, she's super good looking." I go, "Hell yeah, she's good looking." You know, every girl I had were like the opposite. They're like, "Why look at the girls?" Like, I'm not looking at them because I want to take them home. I'm a guy. I can still appreciate a beautiful woman. If Carmen Electra's standing in front of me, I go, man, look, it's Carmen Electra. She's pretty good looking. Am I supposed to say she's ugly and stupid? No, of course not.
I don't know. Beef, what do you think? If Carmen Electra is standing in front of you, are you supposed to tell me she's pretty or ugly and stupid?
I mean, she's pretty.
I don't
At least
want
she
you,
used to be.
I don't want
That's
you
what
to
I'm
get
saying. Like, your
jealous.
girlfriend's with you. She'd be like, would she be all mad at you? Like, why are you looking at her? It's like, it's a beautiful girl. I can't not notice her.
Carmen Electra's still attractive, I think. It's been
Hell
a
yeah,
while
she
since I've
is.
seen her, but
I saw her last year at the Playboy Mansion party, and she is. She looks better now than she used to. Man, she looks good. I'm just a different person, I guess. I just don't look at that stuff as serious.
Thankfully,
It's
a lot
not,
of
it's just
people are.
that stuff is not serious. It's just not serious. Cam even knows that. She's like, one day it was funny. I said something about some girl driving of this Mustang. I go, man, she's pretty good looking. She's like, yeah, but I'm taking you home. I'm like, yeah, I'm Skippy. So it's like, fine. It's just back and forth. So it wasn't like, other girlfriends in the past would be like, not talk to you for 3 days. They'd take off. I'm like, really?
it's a difference between a real, honest relationship and not, my guy. Which is why, again, I don't want Beef to get jealous when I look at pretty girls. There we go. Now I got the reaction out of him I was looking for.
Hey, Beef, I got a girl for you. 20-year-old. You can have her.
Careful, she may have the coronas.
Shh. I'm saying it. She does have it. Piece of garbage. This morning I was really driving, and my niece and girlfriend were like still nervous about the testing. I was like really thinking like, how can I dispose of her? But I don't like jail. We never go to prison, so it would never happen. But it was just, oh my gosh, she just caused so much havoc.
She's 20, man. She's not the person she's gonna be later.
But she used a big $300,000 of her freaking trust fund to buy some rare Porsche from Germany. Yeah, I'll show you the picture of it.
Yep.
Just stupid. Just stupid.
No, people make bad decisions all the time, guy. The first one of us who's never made a bad decision can throw the first stone. I made more than my share of bad calls.
I still can't believe that day she asked me, can you write me a song and I'll just take it and I can sell it say I wrote it? I'm like, what? Are you, what? She goes, yeah, that could be my new job. I'm like, how's it a job? It's
Taking
my
your
job.
songs and reselling it for you. It's
And
like
she
in
was
your
serious,
80s.
dude. Like, serious as a heart attack. Serious. It was just I couldn't believe it.
In her mind, it made sense, I guess.
Yeah, she learned like basic music stuff when they're like, here's a quarter note, half note. It's like this thing. Yeah, learn. I said, learn all this stuff. I said, you can't get to where I'm at. I said, I have a master's in Pro Tools, just the program alone. You can barely turn on a computer. You can't even use Facebook correctly. You think you're gonna do this? You are insane. Now, she would have came at me like, hey, I realize what you do. Can you kind of show me some stuff and help me? I'd be like, sure thing. Not a problem. I help.
No way, man. Shortcuts. It's all about the shortcuts these days.
That's a huge shortcut, dude.
Yeah. I mean, you don't want to take a little shortcut, do you? Come on.
I guess so, man. It just makes me laugh, man. It's just, you have her Beef. She's got a nice new Porsche. It's pretty nice.
Pats.
Sure. She's good looking. I don't know if she'd like it though, because she likes like kind of look like Tupac and stuff like that. I like Tupac. Don't get me wrong. Not that. It's just her thing.
People can enjoy, have types, my guy.
And I have types. I'm saying it wasn't a bad thing. I'm saying that's just, if he looks like Tupac, then she's right up the pants being it.
Maybe she just hasn't found a guy who looks like a nerd that takes care of her, gets her motor running yet. Give her time.
If there's an opposite of Tupac, I'm pretty close.
Don't
That's
sell your
awesome.
shelf short, my guy. You could be the Kansas Tupac. You don't know yet.
Eminem, Kansas Eminem. There you go.
No, we already have one of those. His name is Mac Lethal, and then Eminem is from St. Joe, which is like an hour north of where I live.
Oh really? Oh, wow.
Yep.
Hey, you're on the border of Illinois, right? No. Yeah. Right. No.
That's where St. Joe is. I live in Kansas City.
Oh, okay. Okay. You know, I was young dude in music, man. I was so many places I'd have to go. I had to go Trace Atkins was like touring, so he's like, let's work on some music, people. Come to Arkansas, come to my big ranch. I'm like, okay. This dude lived in like Nowhereville, dude. He like purchased land from like the state that was like a reserve, like a big spread, this big ranch. I had to go down a dirt road for like an hour, turn on this road for another hour. I'm like, dude, yeah. So I've been all over kinds of small states and places. Not anymore though, man. I paid my dues, thank God.
Yep. Yeah, we have Mac Lethal, who's kind of a small-time guy, but he's a really good rapper. And then we have Tech Nines from Kansas City as well.
Yeah, he's from Kansas City. That's right. Yeah.
I'm trying to think of the. Follow him on Twitter now. There's a guy, kind of middle of the road rapper. I don't know. He rapped. It was absolutely hilarious. He rapped at Remington's high school graduation, and I didn't think it was that bad. Like not great, not my favorite thing, but I felt like his speech was really good. So I started following him on Twitter, but I'd have to look him up again. I could picture him, and I could think I can almost see his Twitter name, but I can't think of his actual name.
So you think about like freestyle rappers that are young, have advantage over like people in a band, or like pop singers or country singers. They can acapella and freestyle. They put like a little bit of music behind it. Like singers and bands can't really do that kind of stuff. So that's the kind of thing they have. A lot of times they have bad equipment too. I've seen a lot of rapper guys that are really good and have crappy equipment, but no one cares equipment because he's such a good rapper and a speaker. They're just like mesmerized by that.
It's definitely it is a skill. I don't know if it's technically music, but it is a skill. And I don't think I care enough about it to say one thing or the other. Hey, Apoxel, welcome to this
I linked a freestyle that Mac Lethal did a few years ago in his apartment cooking pancakes.
Isn't he a skinny white dude? Like skinny?
He's not that skinny.
Okay, so unless I'm thinking of that.
I used to be able to click one button and see all the people that I follow, so I could like easily go through and be like, yeah, this guy. Now I cannot, for the life of me, figure out how to look at the people that I follow.
That YouTube video kind of viral, and it was enough to get him on the Joe Rogan podcast a few years ago.
$100 million Joe Rogan. Oof.
Yeah, it's a crazy deal.
It's insane.
Is that what happened with the Mixler? Did he just get paid a shit ton of money?
Spotify.
100 million.
Oh yeah, Spotify.
And a multi-year deal speculated at 2 years though.
Yeah, I saw he made I saw that he made some sort of deal.
On September, his entire backlog will be available by Spotify, and by the end of the year, it'll be available only on Spotify, and they're going to be releasing some video platform to release his video podcasts.
I think Sony pays them like $6 million a year to use their microphones or headphones or something. All kinds of stuff that makes, man. It's insane.
You have the most, or very near the most, I'm pretty sure it's the most popular podcast.
It's the most downloaded podcast, and it has been for like 2.5 years running.
Yeah, like
Rogan's.
Yeah.
And I watch it. I don't watch every single one, but I watch a lot of them.
I watch like 1 or 2 a month these days.
Yeah, I watch about 1 a week. I usually watch one.
But he does like 3 a week.
Yeah, I mean it depends. Like,
I used to listen to all of them.
Well, yeah.
But I've really cut back on my podcast consumption since being on work from home.
Right. Well, not just that, but also, I used to listen to, podcasts nonstop when I had a job where that was a thing that you could do, and now that that's not really.
I take about a 5-minute break. I gotta feed my animals, then I gotta go get my niece some dinner real quick.
Oh, watching you do this puzzle is painful.
Yeah, am I doing it all wrong?
Yes.
Okay.
You can do the puzzle in like 4 moves from the beginning.
Sweet. Oh, no, I don't remember. I have to think about it. It's not a big deal.
But yeah, like Shapiro podcast, I haven't listened to that since I've been on work from home.
I still listen to most of Shapiro. I don't watch all of it or listen to all of it, but I do try to listen to keep up with it, keep up with the the Clavin show in particular, especially the opens. The opening.
It's
of
also a
Andrew
good
Clavin
quest to
makes
kill
me
the
laugh
boxes.
so
There's
much.
like 4 packs of boxes. So if you kill them all, you get the 25%, just for future reference.
I was bringing a lot of the boxes. I hate this part. Those guys hit so hard.
Yeah, they do. They hit even harder on Epic. They hit you for like 600-700 per thing.
That's like no reason for it to be that hard.
The Runar guys are the same way. They hit you with like unblockable force damage, just like 700, and then it's like shot, 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 shot. It's like I want a Runar that hits for 700 FPS.
Yeah, with that kind of cooldown.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tilbro was I don't want to say complaining, but I'm going to call it complaint about the rune arms the other day. He was like, yeah, they're just not as good. I'm like, they're pretty good, man. Like, they may not be the enemy very good, but they can be very strong. I don't know, I like Rogan about... I think I probably agree more with Rogan on most things than not, but then he'll turn around and say something absolutely insane to me. Like, he'll be... On one hand, he'll say something like, yeah, I'm against universal income and I'm pro the free market. And I'm like, yeah. And then he'll be, and people should be motivated to get stuff done. I forgot these boxes. And then he'll turn around and be like, yeah, I think I'm going to vote for Bernie Sanders because he's a good dude. I'm like, these two things don't go together. It's like your water and your oil, but it's okay. But
yeah, he's just he's a never Trumper, so that's why. If there was a different Republican candidate, he may swing that way.
I know he literally put out a thing that if
yeah, he'd rather vote for Trump than Biden.
Right, there you go. Thank you. I was trying to like put the words together and I couldn't get a sentence to come together. I know. I don't know. I still don't know where I'm going. Obviously, it's still so.
They don't even know if they're gonna run Biden at this point.
I feel like.
Which is crazy because the election's like 4 or 5 months, right?
Yeah, 5 months.
Yeah,
but
they have
hadn't
like
had the
credible allegations against him, plus all these like infinite gaps, and they still want to run the Democratic National Convention. So it's like they don't know what the f they're doing.
Like they were literally talking that currently, even with all the stuff that's going on, he's still like favored over Trump right now, just because
horseshit.
People are not. They are unaware of the allegations and stuff. Like, they just don't care. They've got blinders on so deep.
I don't see how that is. I don't watch any news organizations or, like I said, haven't been listening to political podcasts. I still know about that stuff.
Facebook or, like, no
I don't
Facebook
have a
Twitter.
Facebook. I don't log on to Twitter. And I still know about it.
But you're a person who isn't like a lot of people who put their heads in the sand.
Hey there.
Hey, welcome.
Hola.
Hello.
Hey, so I'm pretty sure I'm not going to make it now, unless something like really changes tomorrow. A storm came in and really kicked my ass hard last night and today.
Okay.
And Tanya and I were talking about it, and she asked me. She came in a few minutes ago and was like, "You think we're gonna be able to go still?" I'm like, "I'd really love to, but do you really think that it's a good idea for me to be in a car right now for 5 hours?" And she's like. She like gave me this dirty look.
That's fair. You know, I know you got your thing going on. I was actually about to pop on to ask if you had read the post where there were speed traps, but it looks like that won't be a worry.
I did. I saw that. Like I said, I didn't know this storm was going to come out of nowhere and like really mess me up.
Yeah.
But I was like.
Hey, you know what? You set the expectation early. You said there's a chance I might not be able to make it. It's like, great.
Yeah.
You know, we've got a spot if you can. You know, if you don't, no big deal.
Yeah, I wanted to.
Because I know your situation. That just means we'll have to.
Well, once the bus is up and running, we'll come visit anyway. You know what I mean? Like, that's the real thing. If I if I could have taken the bus and started headed that way like 2 days ago, it would have been a different story. You know what I mean? But me going up there now and me spending 5 hours in a car feeling this way, I would be a complete dick to everyone for at least the first day, maybe longer. And then you're gonna make me get trapped in a car with Tanya on the way back. We'll be dead for sure.
Because we'll careen into a bridge or something.
Yeah, she'll just be like, "You're an ass. We're done." Brrr!
I just wanted to verify. I need to hop off and.
That's fine. I do want to put one thing in your ear though, because it was asked of me, and
Yeah.
I don't want to steal your thunder if you want it. But I would really, and I know that you'll be getting started on the new gig about the same time theoretically we start the new campaign.
Yeah.
But I want you to really think about where you think you're going to be, and if you want to take on this DMing thing. If you do, obviously go for it. You know, I'll sit back and do the thing. If you think there's a chance that you're going to get overwhelmed and you would be upset that you started something and you couldn't finish it, or you feel obligated to finish it even though it's putting a lot of extra pressure on you, I don't want that. And I will take over next if you want. So you think about it and let me know.
Okay, my goal is try to do it, and if for some reason I can't, then I'll take you up on that. But it's already written out, and
yeah,
I want to
I know.
see it there if I can. There's a lot of neat experiments I'm running, and it should be doable because family medicine is a different animal. It's a lot friendlier. It's a lot nicer going.
I hope for your sake it is, but I know what it's like to start a new job in general and the kind of havoc that goes with it for the first couple of months, sometimes a year, let alone the pressure of doing what you're doing with lives in hand. So I wanted to put it out there, hopefully in a non-threatening type way, because I don't mean it hostilely or anything. I'm just, you know what I mean? Like, I don't want you to, if you start to get in and things start going on and you're like, you know what, this isn't going to work out, I'll be ready for you if you need to step away.
Yeah, I actually appreciate it because that gives me an out in case for whatever reason I can't.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I want you to have the capabilities to step back without feeling like you have to keep going.
Because technically the way it's written is there are 15 acts, and each act technically has like 3 chapters. So if I have to go like 4 acts at a time, and you do, and we just kind of do a handoff and trade off, that's actually what I was foreseeing happening.
Okay, well.
But yeah, I'll definitely take you up on that, and I'm not at all feeling bullied or anything.
No, like I said, I didn't think you would, but I didn't want you to feel like it was your turn and you had to pay your dues, because you don't have to. I will take care of it.
Sweet.
Like, no questions asked if you need it. So
all right, well, sounds
I just wanted to make sure that, because if you thought it would be like yeah, there's like a 40% chance or whatever, then I would spend some time to get a little bit better prepared. If not, I'm just gonna wing it like I always do.
In theory, I should be good for.
Again, as you start getting the hang of things and you actually start experiencing your new reality after a couple of weeks, then you can just let me know and I'll take care of it.
That's all right. I appreciate it, man.
All right, you have a good night, buddy. Again, sorry we can't be there. We'll probably try to video call or something.
Yeah.
On or whatever, sometime over the weekend and chit chat, but
totally.
Otherwise, we'll catch up with you online for sure. But we'll come visit early after the bus is done. How's that?
Sounds super cool.
All right, man. You get out of here.
All right,
congratulations,
good
man.
night.
Congratulations.
Hey,
Have a great
man.
day tomorrow.
Will do.
All right, toodles. Yeah, there is some amount of concern that reality is going to slap Ben in the face real hard. And I hope that helps. If I can relieve any pressure, he needs it, then I will hopefully I can be a pressure valve for him when it comes to that. At least one
the
small
elephant
thing.
is Piku.
Piku, Your favorite?
Yeah, I'll just sit here. AFK on the airship. I got the level 29 today, so a little bit more before I can TR again.
So, also, I misspoke yesterday, Beef. Yeah, feel free to ask a question if you would like, Porter, no problem. My Bard is, in fact, level 30, and my person
you were talking about Thakor, not me.
I thought
about that.
we spoke about it, and you, and I had said that I don't even know if I had a character that was level 30, and you're like, I can't believe that, and you were like all shocked. And I said, yeah, I don't.
That was
think I
Thakor.
do. Okay. Well, anyway, it doesn't matter who I misspoke to, but I do have a character at 30 that I apparently.
That's a hell of a
played.
question.
I've not watched anything like that. I suppose you could, like, I've watched, Joe Rogan used to be, like, really into the Pain Olympics, and he would share some stuff, and I feel like some of that stuff would be in that vein, and usually I've turned that stuff off pretty quick. It's not my cup of tea, but obviously if people are into it, then go with God, I guess. Is that your bag, buddy? I mean, I'm just curious too. Like, I don't know. That seems real rough to me. How about you, Beef?
Cock and ball torture?
Yeah.
That's not something I've sought out in
Yeah.
visual media or in real life.
Yeah.
I have seen a GIF of like a high heel shoe piercing a testicle, and that weirded me out.
Oh, that's, oh.
Yeah,
I think
that
part of
made
the
me
problem
uneasy.
is I'm one of those people that have a real good imagination, and I can't always control the images that pop in my brain.
Back in my college days, I spent a lot of time on Something Awful forums, and I've seen a lot of things I wish I had not seen in visual medium.
Oh man, that is rough. That answer your question, Porter?
That made me as uneasy as the other video that I saw. That was a man put like 5 or 6 kittens into a bag, tied it up, and then smashed the bag with a bat.
Oh.
Yeah, that was also rough.
That's very rough. I can. Oh, I hate that there's stuff like that out there.
The air smells of sulfur. And who in Khyber are you? The gnome demands in a pitiless tone. The gnome inquisitive deputizes you to track down Evan Greybeard, a dangerous.
All right, I feel like we need to quickly get some like brain antifreeze or brain cleaner. Somebody, something else, something DDO related, perhaps. Oh yeah, I was talking about Butters. So I don't know how she made it all the way to 30. I was looking at her gear. She's like walking around with level 12 gear on and stuff. It's real bad. I don't know where that experience came from. But the person that I did know that I was close, is still level 28 or 29. So I don't know. Is it safe to bring you down now? Possibly? Yeah, okay. What else is going on? What else is going on in the world? Have you, any interesting news in your life, Beef, that you've seen or picked up on lately?
You have a sense
Like everything for me has really
Nope.
been pretty.
your recent encounters
I'm on vacation next week.
positive and undead spirits notwithstanding.
That's cool. Because you actually put in vacation time, or because?
I looked at my stuff on Tuesday and was like, oh, I am capped out on vacation days and I'm not earning it. and so I put in for vacation days because I was like, that's the benefit, and if I just stopped earning it, that's basically a pay cut.
Correct.
So.
That'd be cool.
I work Friday next week, but I have Monday off because it's a holiday, and I took Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
What you got anything planned? You gonna go to the lake?
I should, but I haven't thought about that yet. But it's just like an 1.5 hour drive, and I have keys, so it's not like
Right.
not like a big deal. We're gonna be starting our Reaper group, static group, on the 3rd next month.
Only to find a man standing in your path.
Every Wednesday.
That'd be fun.
Yeah.
Should consider recording it.
I think Quintina records everything, but I don't think Shao likes it. So, it never gets posted unless something interesting happens.
These ne'er-do-wells have mistaken you for an easy mark. This won't end well for them.
I don't know if you're aware, but in this particular quest, you do not have to kill anything in this area. It's based on time for the Lady Black to spawn.
Is it? I thought it was also number of things killed
Nope.
or whatever.
You could just like hang out for 3 or 4 minutes and then walk around and she'll be up.
Oh. No, I didn't know that. I was always under the impression it was...
If you do the puzzle really quickly and then collect all those blue orbs that spawn, like from the challenge, after you do the puzzle, that'll force her to spawn.
Yeah, I remember you saying that a couple of times. I figure I just wiggle around and wait and see. Pick up these collectibles and pick up whatever's around. I have not managed to figure out a way to do that puzzle in a timely manner. I was really close once.
You can go look at it, I might be able to walk you through it.
Okay. Until Brel was like, I found the lady, get over here. You're the trapper. I'm like, ugh. Alright, let me go around this other way. It looks like that side has got those 2 buttons solved. I just need to get like a practice solver for this or something. They returned
nice,
your mailbox there? Sweet.
Okay.
There's one here.
Okay. The one in the very center, click the one to the left of that.
Amidst what appear
Okay.
to be ancient ruins, it still gleams with the magic of a
And then click the one on the right side on the wall.
That one? Okay.
Is there a stream delay? Yes, that one. Then the one in the center on the wall,
The
like on the tilted wall,
bottom one?
the slanty wall.
Okay, yeah, the bottom of the 2.
Yep. And then the one in the center by the torch.
Nice. Now, is there like a handful of patterns, I presume?
That is one of the most common patterns when it spawns with only that one on the left wall. You have to stay there.
I will. I'll go back and kill all the rats.
Yeah.
My hireling died from some trash, so I'd like to.
Yeah, that pattern that you just did shows up probably between 50 and 60% of the time.
Okay. Let's see if I can remember that. I don't know if I will, but give that a mental shot. I don't. The ones that I have tried to solve, I don't think that has been one of them.
But you're right, it is a confounding puzzle if it's a like, weird pattern or somebody messes with it.
Yeah, every once in a while I feel like I've gotten really close on a couple of them, but I feel like it's always some number of the ones up top here, the ones that are missing.
Yeah.
And I have not figured out.
The way I found it easiest for me is if you can get it to where that little center area where the torch is, where they're all off,
right.
Then it's what I just told you.
Right,
You touch
the
that one on the
two.
slanty wall and the one in front of the torch.
Yeah, that makes sense. Alright, where's the rest of these rats? There they are.
Behind the puzzle, usually.
Yeah, I just need to like This one in particular, I feel like, is one that's got some stuff to it that I have not, like, taken the time to really process or whatever, you know?
Yeah, when you do that puzzle, it spawns those like 5 or 6 challenge orbs that you can, where it does those optionals, jump around and touch all the shrine. There's
Right.
those little blue balls that give you like high jump or quad damage or whatever.
Right.
And then after you kill the rats, it spawns the Spirit of Sharn and the Old Lady of Sharn or whatever in that underground area.
Right.
And then they have 2 ingredients chests, as well as optional XP.
Alright. So now let's find this lady in black. I don't feel like playing the jump around forever game.
Yeah, those balls do always spawn in the same spot every time, but it's not always the same.
Okay. So if you learned where they spawned, then it would be fine.
Yeah. If the first one or second one you get is high jump, it makes it way easier though.
Yeah, I imagine. I've never seen a lady in black over in this area either. I've almost always seen her in the other.
She can be there.
The other side.
It's like right in front of you up there. That's one of the. There you go.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's around the center area. Is where the lady in black is.
High jump.
Here we go.
And the last 2 balls are the other direction, like on the other side of the puzzle.
Invisibility.
I assume you saw those 2 in front of you though.
Yeah, I saw these.
Invincibility.
And we'll see if I can. Oh yeah, there's one. I figured we were there. Might as well try it. Maybe this will force her out and it'll be a little bit easier to.
Also, I don't know if you know this, that when you go down below, if you talk to that half-orc guy that's kneeling, before you pull the 3 valves, he gives you optional XP.
I feel like that he had done that sometime before, but I didn't know that that was the specific answer.
Yeah, if you pull the 3 things without talking to him, you just go down to fight the boss. If you talk to him first, he'll give you the same,
he says something about like, oh, so that's how you solve the puzzle or something. So
yeah.
Makes sense. There she is. Hello, nurse. I love this one because I love this babbling coherently option. It's like my favorite.
Then the only other thing that I know of that's secret-ish is if you go to the right, there's a Rusty with the extra chest.
Yeah. Alright, so time for Suckville.
If you don't talk to her.
Oh, I already did.
Yeah, if you talk to her, then the traps activate. When you start, see? If you just break all the stuff without talking to her, the traps won't activate until after the last one's broken.
Oh, I thought I had everything smashed. Ugh, okay. Yeah, this cooldown for this fireball is pretty low.
You just smash it with your sword, you foolish fool.
I really thought this would be faster. Thought I'd be able to get a whole lot more. That's alright. I think we'll gibbers here and then try to get past
Get down to the Rusty before you summon the Hireling.
Yeah. What am I missing?
One right above you.
Come on. Break. Today.
You can't stand directly under it.
Got hit by another one somewhere. Oh, there's another one right here. Alright, let's see. I'm going to have to time this correctly and see if my hireling will decide to actually
Have you used
raise
your
me.
free cake yet?
I don't know, probably. Oh, does this eventually run out?
I don't know. I've never been in there that long.
Well, it eventually stopped going off, so there's another secret, I suppose, we can put in our pin, our cap in our pin or whatever.
Yeah, that's awesome. You got your mailbox thing back, Doc. That's good.
No,
news.
that's real good. I was concerned. Alright, let's do this.
Strange. What's a treasure chest like that? In the place?
Oh, yes.
That didn't take them very long either. 24-ish hours,
I mean,
depending on when they did it.
yeah.
It's pretty good for them.
Well, it's a kind of time sensitive ask request, right? Like, what did they, like, had that other guy logged on and taken the item,
Yeah.
right? Like, at that point, they probably wouldn't regenerate the item for you. They certainly wouldn't take it away from him if he had already used it. So,
The air
you know what I mean? Like, it's
suddenly
just not, it's not likely that it would. So, it's definitely something that probably needed to be done quickly.
Oh man, Rachel's such a grind. I'm so over it already, and I'm only half done.
I don't know. I've been having a lot of fun doing the racials.
You find yourself
I
in a
like
small
epic
pond
levels more than I like heroic levels, though.
Yeah. Which is
If
an
your
option for sure.
suspicions are correct, the mysterious House Tarkanan has a hideout somewhere nearby. Look what the cat dragged in.
I just,
The crouching half-orc barely seems to
I
be
know.
paying attention to you.
hopefully I'll have some good experience in the epic levels here soon, and
Bounty hunter is having a hard time with
my,
some kind of pipe contraption.
my opinion of them will change.
Ash half-orc shouts down the hall. Huh? One of these lights just came on.
How is this guy so stupid that he couldn't figure out if you turn the valves with the lights on?
He's a half orc with 8 or 6 intelligence.
Yeah, but that's more of a wisdom thing than intelligence thing. I feel. You shouldn't have anything over wisdom.
Maybe he's right. Really lazy. That's why I just give him a tongue.
Yes. Like he's tracking a guy, right? Like, so that's got to be at least some sort of common sense type.
Maybe his boss, which is the gnome at the beginning, radioed it down and told him to watch out for you. And like he knows how to get in, but he doesn't want to tell you how to get in. And since he sees you, he like stops.
I mean, that makes sense. That is a totally logical, plausible scenario. So speaking of things, the thing I was talking about with Ben a little bit earlier about potentially taking over as a DM for his or for our group, right? Our long time running group. I want to do a partially nautical, but then eventually airshippy type thing. Like we have not. It's one of the things we have not really done. We've had boats in our campaigns before, but really more as like a story plot device or an occasional encounter upon a boat. But I'd like to make it the focus for a change.
Where you spend money on like upgrades for the boat and some magic items and that kind of thing.
Yeah, sort of. I was kind of thinking more along the ideas of allowing it to be more more easily able to base like one-off adventures or something like that, more off of like
oh sure, just use the airship as like a platform to get to different places.
Yeah, instead of just having it be like that, like to actually have
you
the
can have
airship.
like a adventure in Waterdeep, and then 2 seconds later have an adventure in like Faerun or whatever, or whatever setting you're in.
I mean, more of the like, more like I want to do things in, or get inspiration from like the like the spaceship shows type things. So like I've been rewatching Enterprise a little bit here and a little bit there, right? And I remember thinking how awesome that second episode of Enterprise would make a interesting moral encounter for the group. So like they, I don't know how much of that you remember, but they like
That's the one where they go to the planet and find the
it might be the
Suliban slave girl or whatever. She's like an escaped slave, and they get the information on where to return the Klingon or something.
That's like the. I think of that as part 2 of the first episode, but technically you'd be correct. I was thinking more of like the one where they find a ship that they thought was abandoned or whatever, or in some sort of distress. They go over there to check it out, and then like half of the crew that's not dead or hanging from the ceiling. I guess they're all dead actually, but they're like being milked for some sort of fluid.
Oh, in the like repair station.
That was, well, I mean, that would be a different one potentially, but yeah, it's not the same episode. The first
that's
episode
the only
is,
one I remember.
Okay, well, perfect. But yeah, in this episode, they get over to the abandoned ship, and this alien crew is being harvested of some sort of fluid. They were killed and murdered so they could get this fluid, and then T'Pol like convinced them that they needed to leave in case the people who came back and killed them and strung them up came back.
Sure.
You know, so they started to leave, and Archer like starts to feel all bad and decides that no, they're going to go back and try to help the people and like find out where they're from and put out a distress signal and all that stuff. I was like, man, that'd make a really fun episode or an evening, you know, kind of situation where maybe you run across another ship at sea and you look around, maybe they're all like webbed and yada yada yada, and like you get some time to like loot stuff and see what's going on. Maybe there's a couple of monsters type encounters on there, and then what do you do with all the bodies? Like, do you try to find them? Try to find where they go, and you just burn the ship to the ground. Then whatever decision they make is about the time that the attacking ship takes over and like or comes back to get them. I don't know, I really feel like it could be an interesting thing. But like just the idea of being able to get more inspiration for individual evenings from the various space shows and apply them into a nautical theme.
Yeah, you could do that pretty easily. A lot of those, a lot of Voyager.
Yeah, Voyager, Enterprise, the Expanse stuff I think would be really interesting in some places. I don't know if you actually got to see the Expanse yet. So,
not on my radar.
Oh, so good. Yeah, I think you would like it from the love of some of the other Star Trek stuff, like the Voyager in particular.
I need to watch Picard. I haven't had an opportunity to look at that either.
I figured there'll be a point where Tanya grabs the CBS All Access again, and
they gave it away free for a month, but I forgot to sign up.
Yeah, I had other stuff going on during that time, and I just didn't want to deal with it.
Question for you guys. DDO question at me.
Sure.
So the new Paladin is supposed to be much better now. How would it be with the Ranger and the Dance of Death?
Well, the thing about Paladin is you kind of want to go 20 levels of Paladin. Unless you plan on just TRing right at level 20.
Yeah.
The capstone is really good. And a lot of the spells are based on like how many Paladin levels you have.
For what was that? Paladin Ranger builds together?
I'm considering doing on my next life a Dance of Death Ranger, like 6 levels Ranger, and then something else to do with like daggers.
Yeah, I like the daggers. I thought about this, doing the doesn't vampire form give you where you can do the minus con and you get healing healing back, you do con damage or something?
I think it does level drains.
Level drains. We take those daggers that have the the con damage to them. There's the priestess dagger and the other one.
Mm-hmm.
So we get to combo them together.
It's fine. I have a buddy that plays a single weapon fighting build that does that. It has a bunch of level draining stuff in it. You can also slot those augments from Night Rebels, the vampire ones that do level draining.
So I have an old dagger from like back in the day, and it's got puncturing on it, and it's got something else on it. Like
the problem with that build is that on Reaper mode, the enemies regain their stuff after like 4 seconds.
Oh, so you can't knock enough down to really.
Right, and they changed the game to where if an enemy reaches 0 levels or 0 stats, it doesn't auto kill it anymore. It just like becomes helpless.
Oh wow.
So you still have to stand there and beat on it until it runs out of hit points.
Gotcha. Logically, it sounds great, right?
But as a flavor build, it would be fun. You get to make that woo woo noise a bunch.
Hey, there you go.
It's all about the woo woo.
Yeah, I was looking at it. I was telling Sam I was looking at the cleric. What do you call it? With the
Yeah, I might try
Inquisitor with the wisdom of damage with the falconry tree mixed together. So
Yeah,
I was looking
that's
at
fine. You
that.
can
That'd
do
be a good one for 1 to 20.
I'm considering doing the 6 Ranger, 2 Fighter, the rest Rogue, Vistani, 2 weapon fighting dagger. You get that sneak attack damage going, and that fast attack speed, and you get the Ranger Dance of Death stuff.
You mix the Vistani tree with like the Bard Swashbuckler and use daggers?
Yeah, you can.
Do they stack pretty well?
They give a lot of the same stuff.
Okay.
But you can.
The problem is that the swashbuckler stuff doesn't. It's based off of something besides a weapon in your offhand. So
You can do it though. In the Vistani tree, there's stuff that like would be useful. All the cores, like core 1 +1 damage with daggers. Core 2 5% speed. Oh, that's throwing daggers. Never mind. You get quick draw and you get 5% double strike. +1 competence bonus to critical threat range, and that'll stack with your swashbuckling crap.
the swashbuckler, that's also a competence bonus adjustment, I think.
No, not the one that's lower that changes the crit profile.
Okay.
Adding the rogue and it gets some assassin tree. And there good stuff out of the assassin tree still, or is that not very good anymore?
You can get extra sneak attack dice.
Yeah, that's what I was going for. Yeah, the same. That's what I'm talking about. Sneak attack. Yeah.
Yeah, it's good. If you want the assassinate ability, though, it's tier 5, so you lose out on the stuff in the tier 5 of Vistani, which is all pretty good.
Or the tier 5 for Swashbuckler, right?
What's that?
Or the tier 5 for Swashbuckler, too. You're kind of giving up. There's one of the 3 you got to take.
Yeah. Yep.
I was looking at all the trees today for a few hours, just looking at all the trees, kind of just seeing what does what.
This build that I'm on right now is pure Paladin Vistani. Most of my points are in the Vistani Knife Fighter, and then I have like 26 in Sacred Defender for Constitution and Strength from the Hardy Defense and Strong Defense. Then I have a few points in Knight of the Chalice just for extra base weapon damage, because they're kind of as a favored weapon.
Cleric to the bard, right? Bard, cleric, rogue, and then do the. Was it Ball is the dagger guy?
Yeah,
Ball?
that's what I do with the Paladin. This is the Ball.
Oh, okay, same thing. Okay, gotcha. What about Vanguards? Teach the shield bashing people. That's still around or no?
It's bad.
Oh, really?
if you want to stand there for a long time and do no damage, it's fine. You can crowd control stuff, but you're not a DPS character if you're a Vanguard. You can get high stuns and a lot of them, but you're doing like, I don't know, a sixth of the damage of somebody that's focused on a DPS character.
Gotcha. You get more survivability, right? Basically.
In a way, it's not like you have more defenses, but you make the mobs not attack you by stunning them.
Gotcha. Dire charge, is that still good?
Dire charge is great. It's like must-have on every melee.
Gotcha. Okay.
They changed it recently. It's not just strength anymore, so it's the highest stat of whatever stat you have. So if you're intelligence-based build, dire charge is good. If you're charisma-based build, dire charge is good. If you're strength-based build, dire charge.
Yeah, Dex Ranger one time, and I just couldn't get the Dex good. I just couldn't find a lot of gear with like high Dex. That was 2-3 years ago. I mean, now it's different, but.
Well, you can do it. I had a 102 dexterity on my shuriken thrower.
It's insane. I think my highest character is my fighter cleric, and he's got like a 50 strength.
This guy has, that I just made, I'm level 29, so I have in-game gear, but it's not optimized because I'm just going to be up here for a while, and I've got an 86 strength. And that's not even raid loot, that's just Sean loot.
It's impressive watching some people on their streams, like what the damage they're doing. I'm like, holy shit, it's just like, is that real? You know what I mean? It's like, is that stuff real? Like, look at Sam, all the damage he's doing. He's like Reaper 3 or 4. It's like, it's just. I hate to see what he's doing like normal. You know, or hard or something. You know what I mean?
That reminds me, I was, Saucy was in our chat the other day when we were doing like Reaper 8. And we had a full group, and she was like, I'd love to see what you guys are doing. I was like, oh, I have bandwidth, I'll stream. I stream to Discord or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And she jumped in there and was like, oh, after seeing your damage, I don't feel so bad. My guy does pretty good. And I was like, Saucy, this is Reaper 8, my damage is reduced by 80%. And she was like, oh.
Yeah, and Sam, I always tell Sam, I'm like, man, my damage just sucks. And I go, forgot we're doing like Reaper 3 or 2, you know, it's like, I totally forget. Then I'm like, it's not that bad then, I guess, if it's knocked down that much.
Yeah, like, I mean, if you're, the fact that you're joining me on Reaper 3s occasionally, like that is a lot of damage reduction, or a lot
But
of
you're at
damage
what,
reduced.
60-ish Reaper points?
No, I still haven't hit 50 yet.
Oh,
I got
okay.
47 or something. I haven't done very much epic stuff, which is kind of like the excuse that I... Or the
I think
reason-
you have a lot for only doing heroics, to be quite honest with you.
I do. I agree.
I thought, and I said something to Jobrel the other day about your sentience gem. I was like, I can't believe he has that many slots on a sentience gem. He never does epics. That's insane. You get it like 6 and 7 points at a time.
I agree. I'm like, where's he do this? Is he like secretly playing where he's asleep? We don't know. Because this guy got a twin, a clone, or something.
You guys see all the time I play, pretty much. I mean, again, like very rarely. Like last weekend, I played on a little bit on Sunday during our whatever. I literally did. I did the 4 quests of the House D chain to finish up the saga, the Three Barrel Cove saga. So with the exception of those 4 quests that I did while we were also playing our regular pen and paper Dungeons and Dragons game, 100% of my game time on this character has been streamed for this life. So people see it. It's all there. Like,
Yeah, sagas. I forget about the sagas. I was walking by in Giant Hole the other day doing something like, what's this guy lit up for? I'd done a saga like months ago or whatever it was. I played. I totally forgot. And Three Barrel Cove too.
Yep, Three Barrel Cove.
Evening Star, there's like 4 of them.
I just don't like how they have people lit up with like a green check mark and you go click on them and you don't get anything. You're like, why do you have a green check mark? What am I doing wrong? What am I supposed to do now? That's stuff I get frustrated with.
Some of those mistakes are programming errors. It's like when doors don't light up and they should. That
That's
like, you
another
have
one.
to
Yeah,
kind
exactly.
of have to give like those are little things that like pain are not necessarily that big of a deal at the end of the day.
I just think if it was my game, my company, I think I would want all my stuff to work correctly. And not
Well,
just piss
they-
it off
they do.
because I want content all the time. You know what I mean?
I mean, they definitely want it all to work correctly. Like, it's not like they go around thinking, oh yeah, we don't care if this works. It's just a matter of being able to. They have a limited number of people and a limited number of funds, and they want to have to prioritize the things they can take care of.
I'm surprised that PvP players aren't popular because all these people go so fast, do so much, and it's all about going fast, getting the max loot, and then it's like, well, just fight each other. Winner gets like all the charm gear. Here you go. You know what I'm saying?
Well, then you would have situations where people would just like battle to give each other, like, all right, I just like let you beat me up because then you'll let me beat you up, and then I'll have all the gear, you'll have all the gear, bam, we're done. Like I said, balancing that stuff gets difficult.
My kind of point is like if I want to play like a monk cleric uses commas, you get laughed at. You can't go into this thing. Everybody has to be like, if the new build comes out, it's like the most, you know, it's like the new shoes come out. You have to have them. But I wore those shoes 10 years ago when they were remakes, and now they're popular. But 10 years ago they weren't. It's like, why is it so much different?
I mean, you could be a monk cleric that wears commas. You just won't be doing as much DPS as, you know, the other people that are min-max. If you're okay with that, then that's fine.
Seems like it's
I mean, half of my builds are.
like the big dick competition sometimes. It's like I've been laughed at in groups before, like years ago. Like, what do you do that for? Best example: this guy was a rogue. He didn't do any of his thieving abilities. He just wanted to make like an assassin type rogue who just snuck up and killed people. And they were giving him all kinds of shit. I'm like, why? Just because he's not like every rogue you play with. Why does he have to? He just decided not to do that.
Assassin rogues are fine. My guildmate Quintina's on one right now. It's doing good. I mean, when you get into high Reapers, it's not as great because a lot of stuff has Death Ward.
Yeah, it's all about building your character for when you want to play. You know, it's like Beef and I are talking. I'm like kicking around ideas. Like, you know what? I'm really liking this paladin stuff. I think it'd be sweet if you could do a little bit of Renegade Masterwork in here and like maybe lean a little bit heavier on the Bastard Sword and blah blah blah. And he's like, that sounds terrible. I'm like, yeah, but where is it terrible at? Well, post level 20. Like, all right, well that's not where I'm thinking about for having fun. Like, if I'm gonna build something for post level 20, I'm gonna get a lot of advice. I'm gonna find what's good. I'm not gonna like slap together something I think is just. Like,
I'm just so used to like going 1 to 30 and then TRing because I still need an infinite epic fast slide.
Right.
Go to 30 to 20 and back to 1.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is not good. Can we get out of this hole so I can please leave? Here, I want to be over here. Thank you, video game.
I can't remember who it was.
I hate these stupid.
It said that the Artificer tanks are like really good and powerful.
They're really good for the hardcore server at least. 'Cause they're hard to kill and easy to keep alive in normal. Which is what I was kind of, I was thinking about putting that stuff together and see what I could do. And I might still. I don't know. We'll see. I got lots of time in my hands. What else am I doing with my life?
Stream for you guys to stay after I left, I said, hey, you gotta check these guys out. And he starts laughing. He's like, dude, it's us. Their group is us. They bash each other's balls. We bash our balls again. Same thing. I said, I know, man. They're just in central part of the United States, and we're over here. He's like, oh my god. That guy Terrell, he sounds like Paul, acts like Paul. I'm like, yeah, I know, man. It's funnier and shit. He goes, you're like the Samus guy who does the stream. That's what you are. I'm like, I know, man. It's just odd. So he was cracking up. He thought it was funny.
Your buddy's an assassin rogue at 30 and meld and take boss damage on high Reaper.
Yep. Anybody can do that. You just have to have meld. I have meld on my paladin. Meld is like, if you don't twist meld on your melee, you're probably
I
done
started
wrong.
twisting it on Java too, like You just hit that button. Oh. Like, just hit it always.
So where's this quest at? Is this the Cogs place? That's what this is?
This one is currently not. I finished up all the cogs that I'm going to be doing today. This one is in... it is in the second part of the Sharn chain. So the cogs in the first part of the card chain are 15, and then the second half of the chain is 16. So I separated them. Worked on the lating.
Sponsored. Oh, those there.
Yeah, I don't know. I have every time I play a Dragonborn, I fucking love it. I really do. I think it's a great race.
How many times have you played a Dragon?
Well, I've done these 3, and then I've played several that were not racial lives, like I've just done class lives.
Mm-hmm.
No, I mean, probably sub 20, but you know, every time I play
This is
one,
my second time, or first time on Dragonborn. I played one to like 8 or 9. I've never played one to cap.
Oh man, especially having the big racial investment, like a lot of it already under control. You know, like
Yeah, I mean I have 8 points.
yeah, but like for me to get flight, I had to spend 6 points, right? And those 6 points were more hit points, more sprint boost. You know what I mean? Like.
You should probably redo it at this point and get the cores and strength out of it.
Yeah, I did. Those are all done. That's what I'm saying. Like, the cores and hit points, like the points I actually spent, right, were, what? I had to spend 1 point in the action point that wasn't for free and 2 points in hit points that weren't for free. And then after that, Memory of Flight, like, oh, so good. I don't know. I mean, just a racial leap, all those hit points, all that extra healing amp, just feels real good to me.
You should use some Dragon Breath when you're immune there, so roast them all.
It's so bad.
It's not good if you don't have a bunch of spell power and metamagic feats. I feel like if you have metamagic feats and spell power, it's good. But on a melee, you don't have those things. Like, there's no reason to take metamagic feats on a paladin, you know?
Maybe a bard melee.
Yeah, maybe. But you can't do Sonic, so you're doing like cold.
Right.
You know, it'd probably be fine there because a lot of the War Chanter stuff does give some cold spell power. I didn't like this one.
Is that evil damage you're taking, or is that the force?
It's force. It's these stupid robot down here, robot balls.
Should be adding up though, don't it?
It does. They hit real hard for no good reason. And they always put them in groups of like 4 or 5 or 6. Like, here, we're gonna hit you for 130 apiece. Here's 6 attacks. Ugh.
There's nothing you can wear or get that will prevent the damage or lessen
Not
it?
those.
Huh.
You can get... They're not in a situation where they get lowered from PR or MMR, right, Beef? They were talking about
Force, no. Force, you take full damage no matter what, unless you have an enhancement that reduces it, and the only one that I know of is in the Druid Tree for...
Wow.
I remember them saying something.
There might be an artifact with force absorption, but I can't think of it offhand.
Alright, we're good. I know what to do.
So much stuff in this game to do, so many classes, so many weapons and things to do. It's sometimes overwhelming. You're like, wow, Jesus Christ.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's part of the fun, right?
Yep.
You gotta solve an ever-changing puzzle, depending on what it is you're looking for, what it is that interests you.
Like, do I want to just play stuff I think is fun, have a good time, just play on hard? Or I want to play something where I could be like the best player in the whole game and just kill everything and win the game basically and go, I won, I'm done.
I mean, both of those are valid options. You know, it's like I've said before, I'm not a big post level 20 guy. Obtain the mercenaries, please. But I know a lot of people are. You know, same thing. Like a lot of people are big raiders. I'm not a big raider. I like doing it occasionally, like socially, basically. But it's not.
What's
not something I
What's
care
that
about.
raid? That raid in Shavrath, where you walk in the door and you gotta stand like in a little line and do it. The blades don't kill you before you go in.
Defiler of the Just.
Dude, every time I go play, I hated that fucking quest or raid, whatever it is.
I like that one.
I'll say, I've
Although
only
it's
done
just
it
a
few
TPS
times,
test.
It's fine.
It's a raid where you don't need like any wizards or any clerics or anything. You just want people to do damage.
I just went my rogue with a great crossbow. I just dodge it off some time to get some throw replacement, but man, it was just man, after you get wrecked.
Rickety.
Rather than just. There's another one we should do all the time. What was that one? I think in the last room you fight some angel-looking chick with a gold helmet. She was pretty tough. You had to jump up the top of little pedestals and jump over. I can't remember what it's called. I think it's in that same area.
That's
a
the
quest.
people
It's one of the
quest.
flagging quests for that raid.
Is that what it is? Okay.
That one can be pretty tough. That didn't fight sometimes.
Sure can, because she has damage reduction to evil. So if you don't have
Yeah.
a weapon that does evil, you're doing very little damage.
First, like the weapon on my hotbar, I'm like, this weapon, no, this weapon, no, this weapon, no. Okay, I found one that does something. Like, Jesus Christ, and you're stuck in that room. You can't like escape. Really, because it sucks.
Get him, bird.
Question: are the champs in Reaper mode, are they as hard as Reapers or harder?
They can be harder depending on what you're prepared for.
Yeah, it really depends on which ones. Some of them are not a big deal, and some of them are like, oh my god, I hate this thing forever. And depending on your build too, the different ones are more important or less important than others.
Gotcha.
So like the elemental, I forget what they're called. On melees, they seem especially difficult in my opinion. Where on the on a pew pew those don't seem quite so bad, but the stone guards are nightmares. I'm not a fan of any of the ones that heal themselves after they're like half
Yeah,
dead.
Lightbearer or Hero Skull.
Yeah, none of those are my friends.
Or like if you're a caster, any of the ones that have Death Ward are like, god damn it, I can't insta-kill that guy.
Right.
But if you're a melee, you're like, whatever. It's
You're like,
the
hell
same.
yeah, I'll kill this guy for days. Yeah.
Quest have a different kind of champ, or would they be also that same kind of champ in different quests, or are they just all different?
It's totally random.
Okay.
That's the good thing about the champs. Like, that's your random monsters.
So like a light bearer in this champ in this quest would be not the same light bearer in a different
I just
quest.
pulled a Mythic 3 artifact, boys.
Oh, nice.
Right on.
I thought that was like I just got something too good for school noise.
It's a fine evening here in Sean.
You running beef? What are you playing?
I was doing the Sharn quest,
And tomorrow,
Yeah,
but I am now done. Yes.
you
I'm level 29.
Oh, I had 20. You said earlier, that's right. You have all your past lives for heroic.
No. I have regular completionist, and I have what? I can tell you. Give me a second. Some amount of racials. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 19, 20. I have 21 racials done.
Wow.
I hate that thing's got such a long cooldown.
One what do you call it? The
I'm sorry,
PDKs
22 racials. I lied. 22. PDK what?
What are they called? The PDKs, those guys, what are they called?
Iconics.
Iconics. One I never hear about, people talk about much, is the one who uses the dual maces. The Ranger.
PDK is like one of the best right now.
What's the one who uses the maces? Is it the Elf?
No, it's
Or
the
the Asimar?
Asimar Scourge.
That's the one. I don't hear people talk about that one that much.
It's pretty good, but just Ranger was nerfed recently.
Oh, it was.
Yeah. The Dance of Death was nerfed a while ago. It's still really good, it's just not as good as it was.
What did they change?
It only hits a maximum of 5 things because it uses strike through now, and it used to hit everything in your front arc.
Gotcha.
It also added a long cooldown to it. It used to be a 30-second cooldown with like 15-second uptime, and now it's a 60-second cooldown, I think.
You like the strike through thing?
Strike through's great on a two-handed fighter. I really like it, especially when it works with like trip and stun and blow and that kind of thing.
Gotcha.
That's what we were talking about. That's what Thakar donated for yesterday. He gave Samus a Epic Autos box to get him to play a PDK rogue assassin that uses a greatsword, so you can sneak around and assassinate like 3 or 4 things at once with your strike through on your greatsword.
See, I think that's a cool build. That'd be like a cool build. Like, that's pretty dope.
Well, I have the feeling that I'm gonna feel very trapped for.
Oh, we'll help you. It'll be fine.
I know.
If you get trapped, we can just do like
think it'll work out.
Slayers in the zone. You get like 2 levels. It's not a big deal. Or have distributed drag you through stuff.
That doesn't feel very sporty. Oh no, I was definitely looking at it today. I'm gonna look at it some more. It'll be alright. Oh, stop! Why are they hitting me so hard? I don't like it. Stupid
Enchanter
Reaper.
at all? And all the freezing ice stuff. I had a freezy bar for a while. That was pretty fun to play.
Sabrell was working on one, trying to get one to work. And I think he settled on a build, but I don't. It's just theory at this point. We don't know how good.
He went and played it on Lamania yesterday, I think. And I don't know. The thing about Tobrel is that he likes to build very flexible builds, and he wants to be able to like make some swaps and be the life tank and cover these various roles. And I'm not so sure that it's gonna quite do everything he's gonna want to do at the end of the day. Let's see.
Yeah, that was pretty cool, man. Able to freeze all the things in front of you. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
The Bodhi Bunish, you're gonna TR and reset your main Reaper's quest. Yeah. If I thought that I would be playing a lot this weekend, I probably will not be, especially if this trend continues for the rest of through tomorrow.
What trend is that?
My headache trend. Like, I'm very close to calling it an early night now.
Did you bring a D-Door scroll with you in this quest?
I brought a single D-Door scroll, and I'm going to, because I had gotten 2.
Make sure to take your armor off.
I was just gonna say I'm gonna have to take my armor off in a second. I've even got a quick set armor right here. This Shin's robe, by the way, if you guys do not have one, it's one of the things that you can basically ask Jerry for, and they'll give you one. It's a solid flog clicky jump plus 15, hide plus 15 with no minimum level item. It's actually pretty good. Alright, let's see if I can do this.
You're supposed to give me one. You never did.
So I sent a list of people, or I sent a list of people who asked for stuff to Jerry with their character names. I sent it to him. I sent him 3 times. 3 times. He's never filled any of my requests. It makes me extremely mad.
He secretly hates us.
It's horrible. It's bad business.
You have to cast the Dito before you grab it.
Oh, I thought you touched it the first time. That's fine, whatever.
Nope.
Doesn't matter. Put my armor back on.
Let's just pretend you failed.
No,
Scroll.
No, I misremembered how this worked.
Stream delay, I couldn't stop you.
It's fine. I'm not worried about it. Like, the biggest challenge of this is going to be I have to make sure to get a fire shield up.
Yeah, only half the damage they do is fire, though.
It's fine. Still a quarter of the damage I'm taking if I get half of it
Yep.
blocked. But that's what happens when you don't have D-Dork for the first time in a while. I feel like I should just ignore that, but I'll aid you, my fire friend. I don't think these are my fire friends anymore.
They'll be doing the, what do you call it in July? Pirate Isle place. You get all the cool bucklers and cool stuff out of.
I imagine they will be doing,
I don't remember what it's called. It's been so long.
I want to say Kenwood Cove, but that's not right. Crystal Crow.
Kenwood Cove?
So we have a place here in town that took over from the pool, and it's called Kenwood Cove. So whenever I think of a cove now, it's like literally 2 blocks away. So my brain automatically puts Kenwood Cove in that slot. I'm like, that's not right.
The Crystal Cove.
Correct. See, they both like have a close sound, even Kenwood and Crystal.
It's not similar. I would give you a harder time if your brain wasn't melted.
I appreciate it.
You guys still get the gear out of there or no?
No.
I still use it.
I did it first time, and I farmed the bejesus out of it and got like every item that ever dropped, and then never again. I actually hate moving the torches around. That's like my least favorite thing in this game.
I don't mind that.
I do games challenges, I never do that because of that shit.
Oh, I'm probably dead. Yep.
I got the 4 items I needed. At least I have those: the frozen tunic and the ring, and I think of the boots and something else.
I have a level 15 ring with soccer with Manslayer. I have a level 2 or whatever it is, 4, low level, whatever low level that is, bracers.
3.
That's all I.
I know. I use the trinkets out of there not all the time. I really like the trinkets.
Don't need them.
The Leopard's Chill and the Assassin's Kiss out of Temple of Evil because I don't see anybody run that much anymore.
I would have 2 epic Assassin's Kisses equipped until this level.
Right on. That Leopard's Chill's great. You ever use that? That scimitar?
I have not.
That's great.
I can upgrade that now too.
Oh wow.
Then
I think it's got the greater freezing on it and all kinds of stuff on it. It's great.
if you run the Killing Time raid and you get 5 of the Schism Shards, which is the item that drops, you can upgrade a few of the items, and one of them is the Leopard's Chill. It gets like higher weapon base damage and a few other added effects.
Is there a bow out of that raid?
Yeah, the Epic Sapphire Sting.
Sapphire Sting. I got one of those. That's what out of the regular version. That's what it was. I knew it couldn't be. Damn.
Wow, that was the highest base damage bow in the game.
Please don't. Please don't do anything. Just raise me.
Okay. Do anything.
Well, I was talking to my idiot hireling.
Why do they do that? I don't get that. You
They're
tell them to
trying
do
to
stuff,
help.
they're like, stand there.
They're trying to help. I get that. I put
just
him in a
remember
spot where I
I
didn't
joined
want
you
to
on
do.
my bard and like helped you.
What?
I have a level 18 bard. I could have jumped in and helped you.
Alright. I mean, you're welcome to if you decide you'd like to get some experience from that guy. But
I should go to bed.
you go to
I
bed.
want more day of work.
I honestly cannot tell you how much I will be around after a while. It was becoming quite bad over here, so
I think
just
you have the
wanted to
best
finish
stream out
these.
there. So
What was that?
I think you have the best stream out there. The damsels are close, but you're good.
Try. We all bring different things to the party.
I just think the damsels are funny. They crack me up, dude. I watch them. They make me laugh.
And they are very funny. That is for
Especially
sure.
Lesta when she uses like her weapon like a broom and shit. It just cracks me up.
How come you never play with Les anymore?
Our timetable just kind of like separated. Because she was joining me on Friday mornings, and then she started going to like overnight schools and doing her jobs like overnights.
Your kids are out of the house, aren't they?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, right, okay.
But we just like never kind of like got our stuff re-synced up. We were texting a little bit this last week. I know. I'd
This one
like
lives in
to.
LA, right?
She lives in Texas.
Which one lives in LA? I think one lives in LA.
Lab lives in LA or LA area.
Yeah, okay, that's right. I knew it was one that was close to me.
But like, I don't know, I'd like to figure out a way to start getting stuff back in the rotation again every once in a while. But she's got a new career and stuff now, so I don't always want to impose.
You streamed for a while back, a while ago. I don't remember who it was. I think you know her, Sam. I've seen her on in a while. Never streamed stuff for a long time.
Plus, they did a commercial for the DDO cast, so either this last week or the one. For
Yeah, I
first time
haven't
in
had a
long-
chance to listen to this week's episode yet.
I think it was the one before. The one with Voodoo on it, and they were talking about the update.
Yeah, I think that was, I don't know, one of them. And I was a little annoyed that I didn't get asked to do the Hardcore Server Postmortem show. So I'll be listening to that sometime soon. But
Yeah. I have it on, it's like 20 minutes in on my other tab right now.
yeah, I talked to Patrick, and I think one of these days what I'm going to do is I'll probably start a thing where on some day a week I'll just play the DDO cast for that week on the stream as I'm playing, and then like let that be my conversation joint or starter type thing. For that.
That's a good idea. It exposes people that go to your stream that don't know about or listen to DDO cast, and it gives you like DDO related things to talk about that are like topical.
I may not know
They're,
about or
like,
whatever.
it's current events or whatever.
Right. Yeah, I talked to him about it, and he's like, oh yeah, I mean, he had similar thoughts. So I'm like, it would be really nice if I could just, if he didn't care, if I can just play it and like, did you leash or something? What is going on with that? Yeah.
When that guy's at like 75% health, you can't hurt him anymore.
On the game? Races, classes, or anything?
They have a new race coming out called Shifter. It should be end of October, maybe a little later.
Shifter. Nice.
You can reload.
I don't
Get
know,
those
I'm like
gloves.
debating, because this is trash, and I have the shards right now. So
Do you have those gloves?
I have one pair of the gloves for my account. Period.
Hmm. Well, if you use that gift that Thakar gave you, it comes with 65 more shards.
That's true. Thunder
Oh.
Shot. I don't think I have this, but it doesn't. His bludgeoned ammunition.
Damn! Look at that bad boy. Perfect. Artificer, there you go.
Yeah, but it's a repeater. Yeah, I don't think I have one. I feel like I'm obligated to take it because I don't have it.
It's still going on an arty.
Yeah, it's fine. Still gotta use a repeater.
It's like the lowest level way to get bludgeoning damage on an arty.
That rune, right? There's some rune arms you give it or no?
Not that I know of. There's a quiver that does it at level 29.
I think there's another quiver that does it too.
And then there's a level 16 crossbow that does it, but that one's 15.
Alright. 2 more. I would like a pile of experience points, please.
Sure you don't want a +1 tone?
Pretty sure I'd like a pile of experience points, please.
+1 to swim skill, huh?
I don't think it stacks with my already, like, +4 to swim skill. Or at least 3. Like a pile of experience points, please.
+1 to listen?
Concentration?
Yeah, I don't know if there's a skill that I have, or that I don't have a +3 tone in at least. Oh yeah, see, that's great.
If you get a +1 tome to say search, you have to buy a +2 to upgrade it, or just +1 each time?
Well, there are like +3, +4s, and +5s that drop. Like just straight up without upgrading. But you can upgrade it from a 1 to a 2 to a 3 to a 4 to a 5 if you find all those. All the epic sagas all drop +3 tomes. Ravenloft and Sharn.
5 is the max you can get in the game, basically.
5, except UMD. I think the max UMD is 3.
Yeah, they like to think that UMD is special or something.
Yeah, I don't really get it.
Cloak is kind
That's
of
why I was excited about that trinket. That's heroism and +2 charisma at level 3.
That's pretty cool. Wait, times heroism once a day?
No, it's just always if you have it equipped.
Oh, like the Chaos Guard, like those old school.
Yeah.
That's pretty dope. 3rd level?
Yeah, 3rd level.
Wow. Where'd you get that out of?
It's the new content. I don't remember which quest, but I want to say it's the one where you have you done those new quests?
A couple with Sam. The Badlands ones?
Faded
what?
Hunter's Cloak.
The Badlands?
No, they're in the Cerulean Hills.
Oh, Cerulean Hills was okay. Yeah, it's the new Gatekeepers in, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's the Rosemary's Ballad. I think. But it might be the Hut quest. I don't remember.
Oh, this is bullshit.
What?
That Faded Hunter's Cloak, which is pretty nice, is a Aasimar Scourge cloak.
Yeah.
Which means nobody's allowed to wear it but the Aasimar Scourge.
Right.
Which is bullshit.
The Tiefling iconic cloak is sweet too. It drapes only on over one side of the shoulder. But again, you can only use it on them, even if you make a cosmetic of it.
Yeah. Yeah, I made a cosmetic PDK shield once because they hadn't announced that that's how that was going to work or whatever.
Yeah, it's on the wiki now, under
And I
the
was
Mirror of
so
Glamoring
mad.
page.
I was so mad. Oh wait, do you get hit points from the Sharn guy?
Yes, at 2nd tier.
I gotta go back. Need them hit points. There's an orb that only a wizard can use too. Yeah, see, that kind of stuff is aggravating for me. Let's see, that dude's upstairs, right? The favor guy?
He's right behind where the Saga people are. He's like next to the wall.
Okay. I just thought I clicked him and didn't.
In a purple shirt.
That's right, you give me my hit points, you bastard. They're mine, I want them. Just teleport back to the... Oh. Back to the marketplace.
You didn't do all the Sharn quests.
I didn't do search and rescue, and I skipped the
Search and rescue?
search and destroy.
Smash and burn?
Smash and burn. Thank you. And I skipped the one in the harbor.
Well,
Lost
there's all
at
those
sea.
other ones on the Sharn docks, too.
Oh, those are 17.
So?
I might get to them.
I mean, you're at the max level before you hit 20.
No, I'll probably take 19.
Oh, gross.
Yeah. I like to experience all the levels if I can. There's no reason to screw around. The only reason to hold the last levels is to be able to play with other people. So
Explorer areas.
um,
Full value from like Vale, Explorer area.
yeah, but I'd probably do
Or
part of that
Orchard.
as I level. Orchard, I think, goes all the Vale goes all the way in 21, right?
I don't remember.
Orchard
One of
goes-
them stops at 18.
I think it's just Giant Hold that stops at 18. Let's look. Let's see if I can find it. Wilderness. Oh, it's not on this page.
High Road 18.
Orchard stops at 19. So the rest of them should be over 19. Alright, so we got 3 action points. I think we're getting the Dragonborn one, unless I decide I want more action boost, which seems fine. Saving throws out of the Defender tree seems fine.
You have way too many points in Dragonborn.
I wanted the leap. And for me, it was worth it, because I wanted it. Or we could get some strength in the Falconry tree.
I can't believe you have points in Falconry Tree before you have the extra con from the Defender train.
Yeah. I
That's-
like the sprint boost.
there's
and
no
I
way that's
do
right.
like this ability. Oh no. This is how when I was talking to Tobrel about it, he agreed that this seemed correct. Because getting through the quest faster is running.
Well, what is incorrect is all those points in the Dragon Tree.
Yeah, but again, I spent 5 points in this tree. 6 points in this tree. The rest of them were whatever. Again, I spent 1, 2, 3. Or sorry, this is 4 points. 5 to take the brutal, which is the wrong one. I misclicked apparently. And then I spent 3 extra points. So, I mean, I only spent realistically 5 or 6 points in that tree. And I wanted the leap because I think
No,
it's
you
great.
didn't.
I did want the
It's been
leap.
way more than that.
No, I didn't. I had 10. I needed 5 to get to here, which is
You
hit
have
points.
19 points spent, so you spent 9 in that tree.
Yeah, that is what I'm saying. I had 10. I needed 5 spent to get to the top tier, and then I took the extra ones. Which is fine, because I wanted the leap, and I figured if I was already up there, I wanted the resilience. I wanted the extra hit points and the healing amp. I really think that this Dragonborn tree is good. And I like having the leap. To the point I carry around mistletoes out of the store when I don't have it. Alright, 48. And how many are we getting? Oh, and this goes up too? Yeah.
What's your charisma?
33. Not in Reaper.
You can get a charisma out of the paladin tree.
What? Some of these might need to be readjusted. That seems fine for now. Charisma. Oh, over here? Yeah, I probably would up this tree eventually. Just trying to decide if I want the strength out of this tree now. Because I kind of want the conditioning.
5% hit points.
Mm-hmm. And the way the weird stacking works, I'm not sure if it'll be it'll apply before or after the
Yeah,
defender
that
strength.
charisma might be +1 to DCs and better land hands though. It just depends on where you're.
Yeah. Well, I said it's 33, and then it looks like in Reaper I go up another at least 2 right now. So 35. So like one more.
What's
charisma.
the bonus number? 33, but what's the number next to it?
11.
So it would be +1 to tactics DCs for 1 charisma.
Yeah.
That's nice.
See, this is.
It's also +1 to tactics DCs for that strength though in Reap. So it's the same because all of your tactics are strength based.
Right. And we're gonna gain. We're gonna gain 3 strength, so it's gonna go even again in Reaper right now. So it's probably fine. I could probably charisma. Like I said, I kind of want to get at this conditioning. I also don't hate the saving.
You can get
throws.
charisma out of falconry.
Yeah, but I can't get strength out of Sacred Defender. But I can get strength out of.
Yeah, but you
Falconry.
won't have another strength improvement before you hit 20. You know what I mean? There's not like another 1 strength that you can pair with that one you're going to get out of falconry ever.
You got a better strength item, right?
Yeah, because right now I only have a +6 strength item on, I think.
Okay, but the upgrade is a +8.
That's true.
The only thing you can do is you can get the Cloak of Balance from the Sharn Docks quest and craft quality strength +1. That's the only way that you would taking that strength instead of charisma is make.
I mean, I could get the other one out of the other Falconry core.
Sure. It's just been 20 points though.
Yeah, I said I'm not sure. I haven't like gone through and like min-maxed the rest of these points. The rest of these points are kind of up in the air. If
you want to put points in falconry, then I think putting charisma out of that core is that makes the most.
You might be correct. I said I'm just trying to decide if because like I would like to get swift defense as well. Again, moving faster is better, but this also requires 20 points in this tree. And I don't feel like there's 20 points of other stuff that I want out of here.
Correct. Yeah, you'd have to take stuff like +3 to saves.
Right, which I don't dislike +3 to saves, but I feel like I'd much rather.
No, I agree. That's low value stuff.
Yeah,
it's
I feel like I'd much rather be working in the falconry tree.
Can you use charisma to hit damage from paladin or no?
If you're a PDK, you can.
Oh, PDK, okay.
I don't know why.
You have tons of action boosts then, wouldn't you?
Yeah, we could try this. We'll try charisma now. And then that'll give me, I could also go like 1 more point into the healing amp, and that should give us the 10 points we need to be able to get up to conditioning for our next rank. I guess we need 2 points for that. That's okay. And then I also like, oh, it's up here. No Mercy.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I feel like the falconry tree is better. Going deeper in the falconry is better than going deeper in the paladin tree. I could be incorrect, but just feels like more bang for my buck over here right now.
+6 con's a big game.
It is.
Plus 6 con is equivalent to 5% HP at this level.
It's probably close.
Okay, well, how much is 1%? That's 8 HP. So times 5. It's 40 HP. And 6 con is at level 19 is 57. So it's actually more HP to get plus 6 con.
Does not sound correct.
That's how it works. Plus 2 con is 1 HP per level.
Okay. No.
And if you're level 19,
you're correct.
And you're getting plus 6 con.
I just meant in the sense that 3 times 18 was 54. That's what I meant. Like, that doesn't sound right. It was. You were correct. I think this is fine. Again, but there's still 20 points in the Sacred Defender tree. Seems bad. So we have to spend seven more points over here plus 3 more total. So getting 7 points in here is saving throws, I guess.
You only have 5 left, right? If you took 20, and you only have 4 there, and then 1 more from here.
No, he's got 8, but you only get to the other 4 at 20.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, as opposed to the way I did it this way, I can pick up conditioning with 2 more, and I'll definitely get value out of it. Yeah, I think this is correct. It might not be correct at 20, like you might split them a little differently at level 20. Yep. But I don't know, I think this 1 bird attack is good. I like
you could have them both if you didn't put any points in Dragonborn, just saying.
That's true, but then I wouldn't have my leap, and that's what I wanted.
You're right, but you would have 1,200 hit points in Reaper.
Yeah. I still think we'll probably get there pretty quickly. Yeah, I don't think we're that far away. I also don't think my gear is 100% correct. I could also grab some extra by switching.
It's definitely not. Not if you're plus 6 strength.
You get a plus 10
like
con
right now, my strength item is just the Bracers of the Fallen Hero. And my belt is still the Vishanti's Fighter Sash.
Yeah, I usually equip the Mighty Stormreach Guardian helm.
Oh, I'm wrong. I actually do have a... Oh, never mind. This is incorrect. I thought that was Strength 8, the Hammer Fist. It's not. It's
What's your
Super
hat do?
7 Charisma.
Yeah, I have a Charisma Collective Sight crafted, and I use that on my goggles, and then use the Mighty Stormreach Guardian helm from the Nightfalls of Stormreach.
I don't want to. I didn't want to necessarily invest in crafting on the goggles right now, because I'm not. I'm not doing this forever.
I just had it because I did a bunch of Sorcerer Lives.
Yeah, that's fair. I said, I don't know. I kind of was talked into doing the precision lenses, and it seems fine. It's for the insightful strength and the action boost.
It's okay.
It's fine.
It's better
Not
because
my
you have the
favorite.
stacked MRR. But if you don't want to waste the crafting on on a life, you're not going to repeat a bunch. That makes.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. Who knows if I'm going to end up with another. I mean, I'm sure at some point I'll have another Charisma build, right? Like, it's not unlikely to do a Charisma build.
What do you have?
See what?
Which cloak?
One more time. You're cutting out.
Which
on me.
cloak are?
Oh, I'm wearing the Mantle of Fury.
That's wrong.
Well, what do you think then?
It should be the one from Sharn Welcome. That has +3 quality con, or whatever it is, insightful con, and extra smites, and parrying 3.
That's fine, but this is still my double strike. It is my regular 6 Constitution.
And yeah, then your con item should be the bronze dragon scale belt with like 8 con and life field and false. It's like insightful false life.
Then I lose my deadly and my vertigo, and I mean,
Oh, you
not my
wear the mighty
stunning.
storm charity phone because it has all that crap,
Okay, so then I lose my charisma.
and that's why it's on my goggles.
Right. So
You know what I'm saying? Like my gear set is like way better.
because that chain doesn't. I think this is fine. It's not the best, and I acknowledge that, but I'm not that worried. Get through things. Alright, let's do like one more. My head is throbbing, but I'd like to fiddle fart around here. So let's see, we're 18, which means 16s. Actually, I have quite a few
Tower
options.
Frost.
Was it?
Tower Frost.
Yeah, that sounds like a hard no.
Alright, guys, I'm gonna try and go to bed. I'll talk to y'all later if
Good
you're on
luck.
tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll be around. I'm not sure if I'll do an AM stream or not tomorrow, but I'll be around in the evening probably.
Later.
Good night. Oh man, I hate that. It's so messed up. I know what I kind of should do, but I'm not sure if they count as the first time through on Epic. I think they do. Alright, this is what we're going to do. I'm going to grab one more item from my bank. We're going to go ahead and key over to Forgotten Realms. And we're going to hope that we remember enough from our training video to get through some of the prison quests in a half-assed decent time. Which is rough because I don't do those quests because I do not typically enjoy them. But they are pretty good experience and I need to learn them a little better. And I think that this life will probably do pretty well through most of the quests. I think it's going to be the best use of our last quest here for the evening. Yeah, I think we'll be okay. I don't know. Also, what Beef doesn't necessarily understand when it comes to the Dragonborn Leap, you can use it on your horse, which makes it the superior everything. And it doesn't dismount your horse, which is great. That was real good.
So I'm gonna get some food. I'll finish watching the stream, but I'm gonna take off.
Alright, buddy, you have a good night. I'm probably gonna finish this and I'm gonna wrap up for the evening. Maybe take some sleeping pills and try to go to bed.
Take some Ambien or Lunesta.
No, we have like a natural sleep aid thing that I take.
Holistic stuff. Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right,
Not
Sam.
anything that you've sent me, because nothing that you've ever sent me has arrived.
Crazy, because there's a black tube with some gummies and some other stuff in there for you.
Hey, let's.
They're just gummy bears from California.
Yeah, special ordered from us, but yeah, we'll see what happens. All right, man. You have a good night. We'll talk to you soon. Right? Isn't that crazy, Thakar? You can use the leap on the horse and it doesn't break it. Like that makes so many things significantly better. That is like such a high quality of life thing. Yeah, exactly. always forget it's the burning next to the burning building, not the actual burning building. Alright. Probably shouldn't do this on Reaper 3 because I don't remember it, but I feel like we did okay through here last time. Oh, how many hit points did he say that I would have on Reaper? Was it 1,200? Because I have 1,200 Reaper or I had 1,200 hit points on Reaper. I think that was the number that he was talking about.
Allies meet you just inside the entrance to the crumbling warehouse. With their help, you may be able to learn who's been recruiting gangs inside the sudden explosion tears apart a section of the building. Then, a mysterious voice calls out. What kind of fool?
I don't know. I feel like we're on the right track. It may not be exactly perfect. I definitely feel like we're on the right track for this. How to level a paladin from 1 to 20. That's not the button I wanted. Hey, you want to heal yourself there, guy? And then teleport on top of the guy. So you don't get any more dots.
A voice calls to you from a nearby rooftop.
This isn't over. In fact, it's only begun. This fight, I captured your fellow spies. If you ever
Yeah, like being able to stun and trip the Reaper because of the bird's attacks it seems really good addition.
Says the voice.
if you waste my
Because the bird actually still affects the Reapers. It seems like a worthy addition for leveling up on Reaper. The extra smiting seems okay too, but I almost never run out
they fight each other.
of smites.
Only the strongest survives. Then I get my pick.
Like they just feel like they regenerate so quick. It doesn't really matter. And I'm not even really sure where they regenerate from.
A sudden blast blocks your path. Shouts the voice. We have something else in mind for you.
I feel like I have to go this way. Surprise! There's my first 1,000-point crit that I've caught.
Give my
It's pretty good.
regards to the lizard folk.
Shouts a distant voice. The only way forward appears to be through these foul-smelling drainage
There's another Reaper behind us. This is where I kind of want a second. I want a second Reaper bird attack. Get back here. All right. Do I need to lay on hands? Nah, we should be okay. We may have to lay on hands if something comes around the hallway. That's a cool feeling, though, right? That you have so many hit points that your NPC has to cast 2 mass heals on you. That's pretty cool. Alright, so I'm out now, but now they're back again. So they must be on some sort of like regenerate on death or something. Trying to read this. One every 90 seconds in addition. Okay, so it doesn't actually say. But I just I regenerated 2 like during that fight.
As the level unlocks the brain, you're able to forge the darkness. A gate unlocks in the distance as more lizards are attacked.
I don't want you casting spells on me. We also gave up a damage to have the stalwart trinket on, which does give us some some of those hit points. See, without that on, we still have over. So by switching this quote-unquote 5 hit points on, we're getting 12 because of our 5% and the 10%, or 20, whatever it is. Tell me some more how that's not worth it. It's definitely worth it, right?
The voice continues as you climb onto the roof.
Whoa! See, we're back to 7. Yeah, I don't know. It feels fine. If anything feels weak, it's our non-lay on hands, non-unyielding sovereignty healing. Well, the healing amp is good. Like, our healing amp is 170 right now. And alright, so 5 more there, that's not really a big deal. But like, we don't have a healing amp item on.
As you reach the rooftop, the voice calls out.
Yeah,
once again.
the thing is that we don't have a
You can now see
we don't have a devotion item on.
robed Shar priest.
Like, I don't have.
You have made it this far. Come speak with me and finish your lesson.
Ladders hit the rooftop, and the priest's followers run by, ready for battle.
Nope, wrong guy. Alright, well, I guess we killed that guy by hitting him in the head, or headbutting it to death.
Should rescue any of your allies that still live.
And then, let's see, our Lay on Hands hits for 256 on Reaper 3. That seems okay.
You are greeted by all of your
May not be
allies,
ideal.
alive and well. Now, to help yourself to the mad priest's hoard of treasure.
So, 256 on us and 535 on somebody else. Pretty good. All right, everybody. With that, I'm gonna peace out early tonight. I know. I'm sorry. Those of you who are like, no, why? I'm just not feeling well. My head is thumping. So let's see who else is streaming some Dungeons and Dragons this evening. Rain is streaming. I like Rain. Dirty Leprechaun streaming. Warblewind streaming. Yeah, it's probably a Dirty Leprechaun's time. I don't think we I sent it to him in a little while now, so I think that's where we'll go. Yeah, you guys have a great night. I haven't hit these buttons yet, so let's see if this works. So something has happened, and my buttons for posting to Twitch no longer work on my whatever it's called. I can't think of the name of it right now. Stream Deck. So I'll have to figure out what's wrong with it. But if you'd like to support the stream financially, patreon.com/Samus, like the first part of my name, is where you want to go. It's a great way to support the stream for a couple of bucks. If you would like to support the stream but you don't have any dollars, I understand. The best way to do that is to go over to youtube.com/SamusGarobo, just like what we have here, and subscribe to there. Watch some of those videos, interact with some of them. I'd really appreciate it. Alright, with that, everybody, I'm going to peace out early, like I said. I don't know if I'll be back on in the morning. Just, keep an eye out on us. And we'll definitely be back in the evening tomorrow, I think. So, alright, everybody, have a wonderful night. We'll see you guys tomorrow sometime. Toodles.